Appropriations or her designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of further amendments printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc offered pursuant to this section shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 4 of this resolution, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. Section 4. During consideration of the bill for amendment, the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees may offer up to 15 pro forma amendments, each at any point for the purpose of debate. Section 5. At the conclusion of consideration of the bill for amendment pursuant to this resolution, the Committee of the Whole shall rise without motion. No further consideration of the bill shall be in order except pursuant to a subsequent order of the House. Section 6A. During consideration of H.R. 2740, it shall not be in order to consider an amendment proposing both a decrease and an appropriation designated pursuant to Section 251B2A2 of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985 and an increase in an appropriation not so designated or vice versa. B. This section shall not apply to an amendment between the Houses. Section 7. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order without intervention of any point of order to consider in the House the resolution, House Resolution 430, authorizing the Committee on the Judiciary to initiate or intervene in judicial proceedings to enforce certain subpoenas and for other purposes. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Rules, now printed in the resolution, shall be considered as adopted. The resolution as amended shall be considered as read. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the resolution as amended to adoption without intervening motion or demand for division of the question, except 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Rules.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. For the purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Oklahoma, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time is yielded for the purposes of debate only. I ask unanimous consent that all members be given 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, on Monday, the Rules Committee met and reported a rule, H.R. 431, providing for consideration of H.R. 2740, making appropriations for the Departments of Labor, Health and Human Services, and Education, and related agencies for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2020, and for other purposes, and House Resolution 430, authorizing the Committee on the Judiciary to initiate or intervene in judicial proceedings to enforce certain subpoenas and also for other purposes. The rule provides for consideration of H.R. 2740 under a structured rule, self-executes Chairwoman Lowy's manager's amendment, and makes in order 106 different amendments. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking members of the Appropriations Committee, and provides that they may offer up to 15 pro forma amendments, each for the purposes of debate. The chair of the Appropriations Committee may also offer amendments en bloc, consisting of amendments made in order by the rule and not earlier disposed of. Additionally, the rule provides for consideration of House Resolution 430 under a closed rule with 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking members of the Rules Committee. Mr. Speaker, this rule pairs 2 bills which demonstrate the commitment of the House majority both to make strong progress for the American people in the areas of health, labor, and education, at the same time that we defend the Constitution of the United States and the rule of law against the obstructionism and the lawlessness of the executive branch of government. Let's start with H.R. 2740, which is designed to make government work for our people. It provides $189.9 billion in discretionary funding for the Department of Labor, the Department of Education, and the Department of Health and Human Services. It increases investment in the National Institutes of Health, our country's preeminent medical research agency, a national treasure which is headquartered in Bethesda, Maryland, in my district, to support research for Alzheimer's disease, HIV, AIDS, breast cancer, colon cancer, cystic fibrosis, multiple sclerosis, childhood cancer, heart disease, stroke, diabetes, mental health, suicide prevention, the Cancer Moonshot Initiative. The people of NIH and their network of allied entities and agencies and supported universities and research labs across the country are making profound progress in the struggle to uplift the health of the people against all of the killer diseases of our time. And for the first time in more than 20 years, this bill contains funding to support gun violence and firearm injury prevention research, and we are proud of that. This legislation increases funding for Department of Education programs to help America's children succeed, providing critical resources for elementary and secondary schools, special ed programs, and federal student aid. Importantly, the bill increases the maximum Pell Grant to help America's college and graduate students keep pace with inflation and the high cost of living. H.R. 2740 also provides $56.4 billion in funding for the State Department, USAID, and the U.S. Institute of Peace. We're making major strategic investments in diplomacy, global health, and international basic education, the crucial ingredients for maintaining peace and security around the world. This legislation provides essential humanitarian assistance and critical funding to improve maternal and child health, to fight diseases like malaria, and to support women's reproductive health and literacy across the globe. We know that the key to improving social and economic development around the world is the education of women and the investment in family planning programs and literacy about procreation. Additionally, this legislation renews our nation's commitment to addressing the climate crisis by investing in directives on adaptation and renewable energy. It also prohibits the use of any government funds to withdraw from the Paris Climate Agreement. Now, on the other legislation, which deals with contempt, Mr. Speaker, we know from Special Counsel Mueller's report that there was a sweeping and systematic assault on America's elections in 2016. There was a conscious effort and plan by Vladimir Putin and the GRU to undermine and destabilize the American elections by interfering and hacking into the Democratic National Committee, the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee, Hillary Clinton's offices to inject poisonous ideological propaganda into the body politic of America through Facebook, through Twitter, through YouTube, and other social media entities, and then to directly hack into the state boards of election. The Department of Justice launched a special counsel inquiry. It was a Republican Attorney General who named a Republican special counsel, Mr. Mueller, to do it. The President of the United States, according to Special Counsel Mueller's report, engaged in at least 10 different episodes of efforts to interfere with that investigation, to obstruct justice. And we received that report a couple months ago from the special counsel. In the aftermath of it, President Trump said, quote, "We are fighting all subpoenas," and declared that there would be no cooperation from the executive branch with legislative branch subpoenas, with our demands for documents, with our demands for witnesses, with our demands for testimony from the executive branch. He said, "I don't want people testifying, and there is no reason to go any further." And since then, they've drawn a curtain down over the executive branch of government and defied the lawful orders of the Congress of the United States. The Trump administration is stonewalling from pillar to post congressional investigations, defying validly issued congressional subpoenas. So, for example, Attorney General Barr is refusing to produce the full unredacted Mueller report and the related underlying evidence to the House Judiciary Committee. Every other independent special counsel had simply turned their report over to Congress, and Congress did the redactions, but Attorney General Barr engaged in a series of games with the Congress of the United States and confused the American public, as Special Counsel Mueller complained in a letter that he sent to the Attorney General. He is also defying a House Intelligence Committee subpoena directing him to turn over documents and materials related to Special Counsel Mueller's investigation. including all counterintelligence and foreign intelligence materials produced during the investigation. Don McGahn, the former White House counsel, has defied a subpoena issued by the House Judiciary Committee without any substantial legal basis at all. Treasury Secretary Steve Mnuchin is defying a subpoena from the House Ways and Means Committee, directing him to produce the president's tax returns under a statute which makes it crystal clear that Congress has a right to obtain the tax returns of the president or any other citizen of the United States. Commerce Secretary Ross and Attorney General William Barr are refusing to comply with duly authorized bipartisan subpoenas from the House Oversight and Reform Committee, which is investigating the administration's shadowy and illicit efforts to add an illegitimate citizenship question to the 2020 census completely outside of the Administrative Procedures Act process, and several district courts have struck that down. But in any event, the administration is refusing to turn over evidence, relevant evidence to Congress about this effort to impose the citizenship question on the census. The administration is refusing to turn over documents, witnesses, and testimony relating to the corruption of the security clearance process in the White House Personnel Office. There were 25 different individuals who were denied security clearance by the professional staff in the White House Personnel Office, who were then overruled by President Trump or political appointees. We are trying to get information as to what was the basis for the original denial. It was likely conflict with foreign governments or financial conflicts of interest. It might also have been drug or alcohol problems, but we want to get the details of each one, and then we want to know if there's any written documentation of why the president and his subordinates overturned those. In all of these cases, Mr. Speaker, the executive branch of government has followed President Trump's orders to say simply, we're not going to turn anything over to Congress. Now understand, the Supreme Court of the United States has held that it is an essential and integral aspect of legislative power to engage in investigation and fact-finding. That's how the people's representatives are able to legislate. We are able to get information. But if you shut down our ability to get information, we cannot engage in lawmaking. And for that reason, we've begun to win in all of these federal district court cases where we're going out to try to get this information. But, Mr. Speaker, we cannot tie up the floor of the House of Representatives every time the executive branch decides to follow the order of the president and simply deny us the information that we seek. My friends across the aisle know from the Fast and Furious investigation, the Hillary Clinton email investigation, the Benghazi investigation, it is Congress's right to investigate and to obtain the documents that it wants. And they obtained millions of documents in those investigations. And we had a right to get them then, and we have a right to get all of these documents now. Mr. Chairman, this legislation will give the power, first of all, to the Judiciary Committee to follow through on the subpoenas that it is issued. It will also empower and authorize each chair of the House of Representatives to enforce their lawful subpoenas that are being dishonored and violated by the executive branch of government. So, we're very proud to bring forward these two pieces of legislation, one which makes good on our commitment to the American people to continue to make progress in the fields of education, healthcare, labor, scientific and medical research, at the same time that we defend the Constitution, the rule of law, the prerogatives and powers of Congress against the lawlessness and the obstructionism of this administration. We are the preeminent and primary branch of government. The very first sentence of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, we the people, in order to form a more perfect union and establish justice and ensure domestic tranquility and provide for the common defense and promote the general welfare and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do hereby and ordain the Constitution of the United States. The second sentence that follows is all legislative power is vested in the Congress of the United States. The sovereign power of the people comes right through the preamble into Article 1, establishing us as the representatives of the people. And then you get dozens of paragraphs setting forth all of the powers of Congress to declare war, to raise revenues, to write budgets, to impeach the president or other executive branch officials who commit high crimes and misdemeanors, and to remove them in the Senate, to set up a post office, to govern the seat of government, and to establish a capital city. Those are the prerogatives and powers of Congress. Then you get to Article 2, and Article 2 fixes the powers of the president. And what is the president's core responsibility? To take care that the laws are faithfully executed. That's the president's job, to take care that the laws are faithfully executed. And it's even in Article 2 that the president can be impeached in Section 4. Just to make clear, the president works for the Congress doesn't work for the president, and we, the Congress, work for the people. That's what it means to have a representative democracy. We work for the people. Now we have a president who is in an unprecedented, wholesale, categorical defiance of the powers of Congress by denying us the information that we seek to obtain, which is our right and which is our need. And we are going to get it, and we are going to get it by empowering Congress to go to court to enforce our subpoenas. I'm happy to yield, and I reserve the remainder of my time.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president, and the gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my good friend, the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, for yielding me the customary 30 minutes. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I hadn't had this in the opening, but I want to disagree with my friend right off the top. The President of the United States does not work for the Congress of the United States. He works for the American people, and he heads up a branch of government that is a co-equal branch of government. So on that, we'll have a long discussion. But it's been a very eventful week, Mr. Speaker, in the Rules Committee, and it's only Tuesday. Last night, the committee met and reported out a rule that covers two drastically different measures. H.R. 2740 is an appropriations package which covered first 5 and then 4 of the 12 appropriations bills for fiscal year 2020. We also considered H.R. 430, a resolution that gives authority to the Office of the General Counsel to seek to enforce certain subpoenas for documents through litigation. Shortly after we finish here, the committee will again convene to consider the remainder of the appropriations package, which will be on the floor as part of a separate rule tomorrow. Meanwhile, our members will attempt the miracle of being in 2 places at once as we continue to debate H.R.S. 430, which falls into our original jurisdiction here on the floor. House Resolution 430, Mr. Speaker, comes from a dispute over documents relating to the special counsel's investigation into Russian interference in the 2016 presidential election. The dispute also stems from the inherent oversight authority Congress and our ability to perform oversight functions over the executive branch. And it falls into the fuzzy boundaries between the branches of governments, when and how we may compel the executive branch to turn over documents to the legislative branch. I lay out that framework because there's an important point here that's being lost. The Democratic majority clearly wants to make this dispute entirely about this president, this Attorney General, this White House counsel, this investigation, this subpoena of documents. The Democrats want to focus attention there because they think it helps them politically to do so. But this dispute really shouldn't be about just that. It should rather be about the difficult and thorny questions that emerge in a system like ours with 3 branches of government with checks and balances. In a sense, what the majority is seeking to do here today is completely unprecedented, both in its intent and in its execution. Consider the only other times the House has filed a lawsuit to seek to enforce a subpoena for documents. It's happened twice before, Mr. Speaker, once in 2007 to seek documents from the former White House counsel Harriet Miers, and again in 2012 to seek documents from then Attorney General Eric Holder as a result of the congressional investigation into the Fast and Furious scandal. In both of these cases, the House had already voted to hold both Miers and Holder in contempt of Congress before filing suit, which has not yet happened in this case. In the Miers case, 138 days elapsed from the first document request to the Judiciary Committee voting to hold her in contempt. In the Holder case, it was significantly longer. 464 days elapsed from the first document request to the committee voting to hold him in contempt. That was well over a year. But here, the majority is forcing us to rush forward at a much faster pace. Just 44 days elapsed from the date of the first document request to the Attorney General until the Judiciary Committee voted to hold him in contempt. 44 days. James Holzhauer has been champion of jeopardy for longer than that. I don't understand the majority's haste here. Without exhausting all other options, continuing negotiation, discussion, compromise, and turning to a vote on contempt as the last resort, the majority is instead pushing us forward into litigation with the executive branch. And in doing so, they may well be placing the House in a position that causes significant long-term damage to the institution. When this matter goes before the courts, it will do so as a case of first impression and under an untested legal theory. In both the Myers and Holder cases, the House previously voted to hold those two individuals in contempt of Congress. Nothing like that's been done here, and using untested tactics like this could set a dangerous precedent that harms us all, Republicans and Democrats, in the long run. Finally, I would also note that it's not clear what this resolution will ultimately accomplish. Since the House has not yet exercised all the tools in its toolkit, and since it's not clear that the negotiations with the Justice Department and the White House over the documents at issue is at an end, this whole thing may be nothing more than sound and fury. Indeed, given how quickly the majority is rushing into things, it seems unlikely that the only course of action left to the House is to file a lawsuit. I strongly urge the majority to continue working with the Justice Department and the White House to find a resolution to these issues without resorting to knee-jerk lawsuit that may ultimately damage the House as an institution. Today, we're also beginning consideration of H.R. 2740, an appropriations package covering 5 of 12 appropriations bills: Labor, Health and Human Services and Education, the Legislative Branch, Defense, State and Foreign Ops, and Energy and Water. These 5 bills cover over 70% of our total discretionary spending for the fiscal year 2020. Well, to be precise, Mr. Speaker, we were to do 5 bills. At the last moment, the majority pulled the legislative branch appropriations bill. I'll let them explain why at their leisure. As a longtime member of the Appropriations Committee, I'm pleased that we're beginning to move the appropriations bills to the floor. Unfortunately, the bills here before us have some numerous flaws, most notably that they are marked to allocation levels that aren't realistic. As we move forward through the appropriations process, I think we need to be clear about the challenges we face this year. At the end of September, the FY 2019 year expires, and sequestration cuts contained in the Budget Control Act 2011 will automatically take effect for FY 2020. In order to prevent that, we need to come to a bipartisan, bicameral budget deal that the House, the Senate, and the President can all agree on. If we don't, then it doesn't really matter what fake number the House marks to. Sequestration will hit, and our defense budget will automatically be slashed by 11%, and our non-defense budget by 9% below the allocations of 2019. The spending levels in these appropriations bills are not just ambitious, they are unrealistic. Not only are the funding levels for many of these bills too high, so high that the Senate and the President will never agree to them, but the allocations the Appropriations Committee used to reflect the misguided notion that any increase in defense spending must be matched by an increase in non-defense spending that is more than twice as high. That's simply not a realistic assessment of our national priorities or the physical limitations imposed on us by our rising national debt. The defense provision of this bill, for example, comes in at $8 billion less than the President told us was needed to adequately fund the military, maintain readiness, and be prepared to confront international threats. After years of severe underfunding of our armed forces, and at a time when threats are emerging everywhere from around the globe, spending less than the administration asked for on defense in order to push more money into domestic programs is not a wise course of action. I'm disappointed that the majority chose to strip out pro-life provisions that have been carried in appropriations bills for years. Instead, they added controversial pro-abortion riders that virtually guarantee no Republican support whatever for this package. As the former chair and current ranking member of the Labor, Health and Human Services Subcommittee, I'm familiar with the need for compromise on that particular piece of legislation. But by pushing forward with blatantly partisan riders like these, the majority is guaranteeing the outcome of these bills, dead on arrival in a Republican-led Senate and no chance of getting a Republican president's signature. In the coming months, I hope we will work through these problems, frankly, as we did last year. The majority intends to move forward with unrealistic spending levels and insists on maintaining partisan riders, then we're simply guaranteeing a failed appropriations process. And make no mistake, Mr. Speaker, our failure has consequences. A best-case scenario in a year-long continuing resolution that funds the government at the exact same level as the current year. That's the best scenario if we fail. Worst-case scenario is another government shutdown or sequestration that cuts or sequestration cuts that automatically cut all government funding levels. Neither of these is a good outcome for the House as an institution, for the federal government, or more importantly, for the American people. Mr. Speaker, although I cannot support either bill before us today, I am hopeful that we will eventually reach a bipartisan, bicameral compromise on spending that the vast majority of members in this House can support. That requires realistic funding levels and elimination of partisan riders from this package. The spending package before us today may be a worthy starting point, but it will take hard work and compromise to move the final bill that can become law. With that, Mr. Speaker, I urge opposition to the rule, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I'm delighted to hear from my friend from Oklahoma about both of these bills. We were here together last night until around midnight working on the rules for these bills on H.R. 2740, the appropriations package that we've got together. We have authorized more than 100, I think the number is 112 bipartisan amendments. In fact, I think the first amendment is the one that is from the gentleman from Oklahoma. We've made that first. I won't be voting for it. I won't be supporting it, but he's got the opportunity to make his case on the floor of the House of Representatives and to present it to colleagues. And so we're proud of the fact that there are more than 100 amendments. In fact, I think we're meeting again this afternoon, and we might adopt dozens more amendments for the consideration of the full House. But on the question of H.R. 430, which is to empower the Judiciary Committee and the other committees in Congress to enforce our right to obtain information that we seek, I think that this should be an overriding bipartisan commitment within the Article I branch, within the Congress of the United States. We simply cannot tolerate a posture from the President of the United States. And it's hard for me to think of any other Congress that would tolerate it from any other president, of non-cooperation, absolute, comprehensive, wholesale defiance of the will of Congress in trying to seek information. My good friend from Oklahoma says that the president does not work to enforce the laws of Congress. He works for the people. Well, we all work for the people. That was my point. His job is to take care that the laws passed by Congress are faithfully executed, and we work directly for the people. At least until we get a national popular vote for the president is not elected by the people, as we know from the 2016 election itself, where the popular vote winner, who gained several million more votes than Donald Trump did, lost the election because of the workings of the Electoral College. The presidency was set up as an indirect mechanism, and that's something that I think that we should be replacing. But I think it's not appropriate to claim a popular mandate for the president when the president emerges from the Electoral College. In any event, the president's job is to take care that the laws are faithfully executed, also to be the commander-in-chief in times of actual conflict, but it is up to Congress to legislate. That's what we do. That's why it's so problematic when the President of the United States says, I will not accept bipartisan congressional rejection of billions of dollars in funding for my border wall. I'm going to declare a national emergency and then reprogram money from other lawfully appropriated purposes. That is a violation of the spending power of the Congress of the United States. It's just like the president rejecting a bipartisan repudiation of his involvement with the Saudi government in the Yemeni civil war. We have not declared war with Saudi Arabia against Iran or anybody else in the Yemeni conflict. And so we don't want to be involved in it. We don't want our money going to that bloody humanitarian catastrophe. And yet the president simply rejects the majority will of both houses of Congress. That is a decisive rejection and defiance of Congress's power to declare war. And now what we're getting is this complete defiance of our ability to get the information that we need. And the president said it very clearly. You know, he basically said, no subpoenas, no witnesses, enough, no do-overs. So he's not going to allow us to investigate the compromised security clearance process in the White House. He's not going to allow us to investigate the completely suspect corruption and distortion of the constitutional mandate for a census, which we've got to do by virtue of the Constitution every 10 years, and he's not going to cooperate with any investigation into the matters that were covered by Special Counsel Mueller, either the organized, systematic, comprehensive, sweeping attack on our elections by the GRU and Russian agents, or the more than 100 contacts they had with the Trump campaign, or the 10 different episodes of presidential obstruction of justice that were set forth by Special Counsel Mueller in his report. Well, we can't accept that. And so this legislation in H.R. 430 will give us the opportunity to go to court right away to enforce our subpoenas against this unprecedented defiance of congressional power by the President of the United States. And with that, I'll reserve the remainder of my time.
Gentleman from Maryland reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to yield 2 minutes to my colleague from the great state of Oklahoma, Mr. Hearn.
Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my friend and colleague from Oklahoma, and Mr. Speaker, I thank my friend from Maryland, and remind us of the constitutional elected, that our president was elected by the way our Constitution describes and outlines, and we thank our president for the work he's doing. Mr. Speaker, I co-sponsored an amendment with Congressman Cole to remove a dangerous poison pill in the appropriations bill that would block the free exercise of civil rights for the American people. Congress has long supported our robust protections of rights of conscience. The right to follow your conscience on deeply held religious and moral beliefs is a foundational value of our country. In a free society like ours, adherence to one's convictions should not be just tolerated, but encouraged. Our forefathers fought like hell to liberate our country from a monarchy that mandated what to believe and how to behave. How soon we have forgotten. It happens in small increments, with minor changes here and there, but they grow larger and more invasive. Someday you'll find yourself back under the yoke with an oppressive government telling you what to believe and how to behave. This conscious rule is absolutely necessary to preserve the freedom of expression that we hold dear in our great country. The rider in the labor HHS bill eliminating this rule is a poison pill that does not belong in the appropriations package. The Trump administration has vigorously supported the right of our people to act on their religious and moral convictions. President Trump's leadership on this issue has encouraged millions of Americans who have seen these protections start to slip away in the past decade. Who are we to force people to act against their conviction and religious beliefs? It's a slippery slope to despotism. But I think some of my colleagues would have us go down that road in pursuit of some greater good. I can assure you that forcing American people to work against their convictions and beliefs will lead us to nothing but destruction. And I guarantee that this bill will never be signed into law if this language remains. This amendment must be made in order so that we can debate it and remove the poison pill from the final bill. Otherwise, the time my colleagues have spent on the labor HHS bill is a giant waste of time, because it will never make it to the President's desk. Thank you, and I yield back to Mr. Cole.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, all of us, of course, embrace and uphold the First Amendment and the rights of religious freedom. The right to not have government establish a religion and to participate in the free exercise of religion and to worship or to not worship exactly as you please. There's nothing in any of our legislation that would interfere with anybody's right to exercise precisely their religious preference, to worship exactly as they please, to belong to whatever religious faith or denomination they want. Now, I'm not quite sure exactly what the gentleman was referring to we know that the idea of a religious freedom to discriminate has been asserted ever since the 1960s with the Civil Rights Act of 1964, where the hotel and motel and lunch counter and department store owners said that they had a religious right to only serve the customers that they wanted, and that maybe it violated their religious faith to have interracial parties seated in restaurants or at the lunch counter. Our Supreme Court rejected that. This Congress has rejected that. There have been similar efforts to say, you know, we have a constitutional right not to serve gay and lesbian customers. That has been rejected, and I hope that this Congress will also reject it. We passed the Equality Act very proudly to add protection for LGBT people to the Civil Rights Act of 1964, and I hope that the Senate will go along with it. In any event, there's nothing in any of the legislation before us, and none has been cited, which violates any of the free exercise rights of the people. So, you know, with that, I mean, unless I hear anything further, I'm just not moved by how anybody is affected by this appropriation negatively. My good friend, my other good friend from Oklahoma, that referenced the phrase checks and balances, and that does appear in the Federalist Papers. I think it's in Federalist 51. It actually refers to the relationship between the House and the Senate. That was the design of the framers of the Constitution, that the House and the Senate would check and balance each other. But the framers were very clear that we were overthrowing monarchy. We didn't want monarchy. That's why we got rid of the king. The revolutionaries and the rebels who gave us America, who wrote the Constitution, were trying to institute a new form of government representing we the people. That's why we are so proud to be able to serve in the people's house here, along with our friends in the Senate. But the president's core job is just to take care that our laws are faithfully executed. We have no kings here. We have no monarchs here. That's why we have the emoluments clause in the Constitution, which says that none of us who serves in Washington can accept any present, any emolument, which just means a payment, any office or title from a prince, a king, or a foreign government without the consent of Congress. And that is a cardinal principle in the Constitution. It's our original anti-corruption principle, because the framers did not want the president or members of Congress selling out the country. They wanted complete undivided loyalty by those of us who come to Washington, who aspire and attain to public office, to have complete undivided loyalty to the American people, and not to lobbyists for foreign governments and agents and saboteurs. So that's another real problem that this president seems not to recognize. That provision obligates him, whenever he receives any money from a foreign government through his hotel or his office towers or any of his going businesses that he's kept going in the course of his tenure, whenever he receives any of that money, he's got to come to Congress to ask for our permission, for our consent. We can show you records from lots of prior presidents who came to Congress to ask for consent because they received a Persian rug or a shawl or cufflinks. And yet, at least according to court reports and media reports, this president has been receiving hundreds of thousands of dollars or millions of dollars from foreign governments. In fact, the president, I think, made a voluntary deposit, he said, of the profits from foreign government receipts of $350,000 to the U.S. Treasury without any accounting to us, without any receipts, and without asking for our consent. So even if the Constitution said that you can't accept the profits from foreign payments, which it doesn't, it says you can't accept foreign payments, that would be insufficient because Congress has got to offer its consent. So look, we need to lay down the law about all of these matters. When we ask for a document, we want the document. When we issue a subpoena from the United States Congress, you comply with the subpoena. When we ask for a witness, the witness arrives. And that's what H.R. 430 is all about. We've got to empower Congress to enforce its will. And I reserve the remainder of my time.
Gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to my good friend, the distinguished gentleman from New Jersey and most eloquent advocate for life in this chamber, Mr. Smith.
Thank you.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I rise in opposition to the rule. Earlier this year, Mr. Speaker, President Trump made it clear in a letter that he will veto any piece of legislation that undermines or nullifies any pro-life policy, regulation, or rule. The bill facilitated by this rule reverses several life-affirming pro-life policies, including conscience protection, Title X reform, the Protecting Life and Global Health Assistance, and more. No one, Mr. Speaker, including doctors, nurses, and LPNs, and no entity like a hospital or health insurance plan, should ever be compelled against their will into performing, facilitating, or subsidizing abortion. The approached bill overturns the conscience protection rule. Second, in late February, HHS promulgated the Protect Life rule to reassert portions of President Ronald Reagan's Title X rule, including ending co-location of abortion clinics with family planning clinics subsidized by Title X. And 2740, the underlying bill, repeals and bans future promulgation by any president of the Protecting Life and Global Health Assistance, a significant reiteration and expansion of President Reagan's Mexico City policy, a policy designed to ensure that U.S. taxpayers are not funding foreign NGOs that perform or promote abortion as a method of family planning. Mr. Speaker, why is this so important? Because women and children, both home and abroad, deserve better than the violence of abortion. The humanity of the unborn child is beyond doubt. Yet the pro-abortion movement, like some kind of modern-day flat earth society, continues to cling to outdated, indefensible arguments cloaked in euphemism. Even the seemingly benign word choice withers under scrutiny. Choice to do what? Dismember a baby? Take pills to starve a child to death and then forcibly expel her or him from the womb? Inject chemical poisons that kill the baby? At the end of the process, Mr. Speaker, important policies embedded in the approached bill will be signed into law, but they will be vetoed. This will be vetoed and sustained by this Congress if
Gentleman's time has expired.
Anti-life policy are included.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I still have not heard a single instance offered of anybody whose religious freedoms under the Constitution of the United States are threatened by any of the legislation here. I do know that the ultimate logic of the argument that we just heard here is to support legislation like what was just passed in the state of Alabama. In Alabama today, please read an article in the Washington Post this morning, Mr. Speaker. In Alabama today, if this legislation is signed into law, a 15-year-old girl who is raped by her step-uncle not only would not be able to obtain an abortion, because there's no exception for rape or incest in the ban that the legislature just passed, but she would be compelled to have him involved in the raising of the child, because Alabama protects the paternity rights of the rapist. So it's one of only 2 states in the country where a rapist continues to have parenthood rights in a child. So get this straight. If what we're hearing is actually enacted into law, and I understand my colleagues to be encouraging legislation like this around the country, like the law in Alabama, we will have a situation where girls who are 15 or 14 or 13 or 16 years old who are raped by their stepfathers or stepuncles must carry a child to term, have the baby, and in some states be forced to raise the baby with the rapist. Okay, so I don't think that's where we are today in America under Planned Parenthood versus Casey and Roe versus Wade, and certainly the majority is going to stand very strong for the health care for women and reproductive freedom for women and men to make their own decisions. With that, I'm going to yield 3 minutes to Ms. Sheila Jackson-Lee.
Gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank the gentleman from Maryland, and I thank the Speaker for his courtesies as well. There's a document that I hold in my hand that covers the epidemic, apparently, that is taking siege over America. It contains the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution of the United States. The Declaration of Independence, we paraphrase it, we all are created equal with certain unalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I'm honored to serve in this body and with honor walk through the halls and look at the historical depictions of the early years Just coming back from D-Day in Normandy, I am reminded of the brave men and certainly women who served in the United States military supporters in World War II, but the men who stormed the Normandy beach. And reminded, I'm sure, of the words of General Dwight D. Eisenhower, who said, "The world is watching, and they will join you in marching to victory." This Constitution has the 9th Amendment, the right to privacy. It has the right to freedom of religion and freedom of access and freedom of speech. And all that is being done here today is to acknowledge not only the poor 15-year-old, 13-year-old, and 14-year-old that my good friend from Maryland talked about, but all over the country denying poor women access to health services that should really be based upon their faith, their God, their family, and their medical provider. And some of the bills in Missouri, some of the bills that are being proposed, Georgia, Alabama, my own state of Texas, it is litigation that would get you health care. It is no respect of the individual human being, the person, who may have to go back to the antics of yesteryear, dealing with the tactics of coat hangers that many of us are aware of. Let me also say that underlying in this rule is the opportunity for the force of the authority of the Article I Congress to enforce individuals to come before congressional committees such as the Judiciary, of which we'll debate later. It is invested in this Constitution because Article I authority and the collegiate response that the Founding Fathers wanted us to have, that there are no unequal branches, there is a number one branch, and one branch should not ignore and disrespect the other branch. And therefore, if Article I branch, which we're in, asks for witnesses and them to be blocked by another branch that has no greater status, read the Constitution. So in this rule, we have tried to correct the imbalance and inappropriateness that is occurring in this body and in this process. And so I ask my colleagues to support the rule and the underlying legislation to restore the Constitution. I yield back.
Gentleman from Maryland reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to my good friend, distinguished gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Gonzalez.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you to the gentleman from Oklahoma for yielding. Mr. Chair, I rise today in opposition to the rule that would provide for consideration of H.R. 2740. This package provides funding for several items that would benefit my district in Northeast Ohio, but it falls short in several key regards, including funding for key programs that would help keep our children safe. In particular, Mr. Speaker, this package fails to provide adequate funding for the School Safety National Activities Program, which gives grants to schools to support safe learning environments, including programs to combat substance abuse and cultivate academic success. This bill provides $80 million less in funding than what the administration requested. I offered an amendment to raise that number by $10 million, but my colleagues in the majority blocked it from consideration. I think we can all agree that school safety is of the utmost importance and an area that is vital for Congress to invest in. I hope my colleagues on both sides of the aisle will work with me to assure that programs to protect our children, like the School Safety National Activities Program, remain a congressional priority. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, actually, I'll reserve two.
Gentleman from Maryland reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I yield my good friend from Pennsylvania 2 minutes.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you. I thank my friend from Oklahoma for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to strongly oppose the rule and spending package being debated before us. Not only does this massive spending package blow our budget caps by nearly $200 billion, but this flawed legislation severely undermines critical protections for the lives of the unborn. I'm very proud of the work that the Trump administration has been doing to finally make Title X about family planning and not a way of using taxpayer money to fund abortions. The administration's new Title X provisions draw a bright line between abortion and family planning, while ensuring taxpayer dollars are put towards comprehensive, preventive, and primary care for women. These new regulations will also make it easier for faith-based clinics to provide care through the Title X program, which will expand access to care for families. Yet, under this partisan piece of legislation, these protections are stripped and taxpayer funding for abortion clinics is increased. This is unacceptable. The fight to give a voice to the unborn will not be swayed by partisan poison pills. I urge my colleagues to oppose this rule and the underlying bill. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know if my friend from Oklahoma has any further speakers. I'm prepared to close if he wants to go.
Speaker, so I'd like to continue if we may, Mr.
Gentleman from Maryland reserves.
I'll reserve.
Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. If we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule immediately to bring up H.R. 3056 for consideration under an open rule. The bill provides $4.5 billion of funding to address the immediate humanitarian crisis on the southern border. This is a crisis of significant proportions, Mr. Speaker. Our facilities for holding new arrivals, particularly children and the vulnerable, unaccompanied minors, are already at the breaking point. Simply put, we need more resources, and we need them today. This is not the first time we've needed to provide supplemental appropriations for this purpose. Back in 2014, then-President Barack Obama asked us for $3.7 billion in supplemental resources for precisely the same purpose. He got it. And at the time, we had 60,000 unaccompanied minors that arrived in 2014. We face a similar, frankly, larger humanitarian crisis today. President Obama was right to request supplemental funds to deal with the crisis then. We would be right to appropriate supplemental funds to address that similar crisis now. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment in the record along with extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to yield 2 minutes to my good friend, distinguished gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Rogers.
Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the ranking member. I rise in strong opposition to this rule. The rule demonstrates once again that the Democrat majority refuses to acknowledge, accept, or address the very real crisis at our southern border. New numbers recently came out illustrating the magnitude of the crisis. CBP detained more than 144,000 migrants in the month of May. This was the third consecutive month where we had in excess of 100,000 migrants detained at the border. 101,000 in March, 109,000 in April, 144,000 in May. We are on track to apprehend over 1 million migrants this fiscal year, approximately the population of Austin, Texas. Smugglers and cartels continue to preach that now is the time to come to the United States. They call children permisos, or permits, and exploit them to get scores of adults unrelated to the children across the border. These criminal organizations run an international smuggling operation filled with misery and abuse. Migrants that survive the smugglers often arrive in poor health, physically exhausted, and in need of urgent medical care. The men and women of CBP are doing the best they can to respond to this humanitarian crisis, but they have run out of space to safely house and process the unprecedented numbers of family units seeking entry into the United States. In the next couple of weeks, Health and Human Services will run out of funds to feed and shelter the vulnerable unaccompanied children. 4 weeks ago, the President and Congress sent an urgent request for supplemental appropriations to address this crisis. Ranking Member Granger and I filed an amendment with the minibus, which would have provided $4.5 billion requested by the President. It would have replenished critical funds needed to feed and shelter migrant families and unaccompanied children. It would have provided urgent medical care and transportation services, and it would pay the growing cost of overtime for the men and women of DHS working on the front lines of this crisis. Unfortunately, for the third time in the last month, the majority refused to make our amendment in order. Democrats haven't approved a dime for this crisis.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Yield the gentleman an additional 30 seconds, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. Because of the political dysfunction in their own caucus, they stubbornly refuse to put forward any solutions. It has gotten to the point where editorial boards in some of the nation's most liberal cities are now calling Democrats out for their inaction. Democrats need to stop denying the facts and blaming the president for this crisis. The time has come to face reality and work with the president and Republicans in Congress to immediately resolve this humanitarian crisis. I urge all members to defeat the previous question on this rule. If we do that, we can finally bring this critically needed supplemental funding to the House for a vote. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I'll reserve and I'm prepared to close if my friend is.
Gentleman from Maryland reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, my friend made reference a little bit earlier to amendments, and he talked about the total number of amendments, but he left out the distribution of amendments. So as the House considers this rule, I think we ought to take a look at how the Rules Committee has handled making amendments in order so far this Congress. The rule on the floor today is making 106 amendments in order out of 540 submitted, with hopefully more to come with tomorrow's rule. Today's rule includes 22 amendments sponsored solely by Republicans. Sadly, this is considered an improvement over the majority's previous efforts. With today's rule, in total, this Congress, 73% of all amendments made in order have been sponsored solely by Democrats. 73%. Just 16% are sponsored by Republicans, with 11% bipartisan. How does this compare with the last Congress? When Republicans were the majority party, 45% of all amendments made in order were sponsored solely by Democrats. Only 38% were sponsored solely by Republicans, with another 17% being bipartisan. At the beginning of this Congress, the Democratic majority repeatedly promised a new, robust, and open process at the Rules Committee. They pledged that good ideas would be welcome no matter where they came from, and that thoughtful amendments would not be blocked. Unfortunately, they have a long way to go to keep that promise. I think the numbers speak volumes. We are 5 months into the 116th Congress. Should we expect this trend of shutting out minority party ideas to continue? Should we expect the same course of action in our rule tomorrow, and in our rule on the second appropriations package next week, and in other rules in the weeks and months to come? When will the promises made by the Democratic majority be kept? If not now, when? With that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
And I'm prepared to close if the gentleman is prepared to close.
Gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend. I'm also prepared to close. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I urge opposition to the rule. The rule will make in order two measures, H.Res. 430 and H.R. 2740. House Resolution 430 is a premature and ineffective resolution that will push the House forward into an untested and ill-timed litigation with the executive branch over subpoena of documents. While the House has an important oversight role to play, we must be careful to exercise that role wisely and carefully, lest we cause long-term damage to the institution. H.R. 2740, a package of 5 of the 12 outstanding appropriations bills that use unrealistic allocation levels and eliminate long-standing pro-life protections that must be restored before these bills can garner any Republican support. I actually look forward to working with my colleagues in the House and the Senate as we move forward in the appropriations process, and I urge the majority to compromise with the Senate and the White House in order to achieve a final spending deal that avoids drastic sequestration cuts or, worse yet, another government shutdown. I think that's actually the great lesson of the appropriations process, Mr. Speaker. We know we can do this. We did it last year and did it pretty well together. But my friends have got to get past the idea that they can impose their will on a Republican Senate and a Republican president. They're simply not going to be able to do that. They're going to have to bargain to a middle ground and compromise. And the Appropriations Committee, as a rule, we do that. We do it pretty well. And I'm hopeful that we can continue going forward on that front. I am concerned, however, that the vitriol, if you will, that we see in the investigative and oversight efforts of our friends will spill into that process and lead us into a very difficult situation in September. So as we move forward on the appropriations front, Again, I hope all of us relearn the virtues of compromise, understand that we were all sent here by the American people, that we have to work with one another to accomplish something, that none of us can impose our will on the other. And with that, I look forward to working with my friend and with his colleagues, and certainly through the appropriations process, to making sure that the government is appropriately funded and well governed. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Oklahoma yields, and the gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to work with my friend from Oklahoma on H.R. 2740 and H.R. 430, and I do urge all of our colleagues to support this rule for this legislation. I do hope my friend from Oklahoma will tutor some of his colleagues, like the last speaker who referred to the Democrat majority. Democrat is the noun, Democratic is the adjective for our party, and I think that would be a basic gesture of inter-party civility if they would follow that fairly easy grammatical device. Mr. Speaker, one of the other members from the other side, I think from Oklahoma, talked about some education matters. So I want to go to some statistics that actually mean something to the American people. I think we can refute all of the statistics that were advanced by my friend from Oklahoma. As I said, there are more than 100 amendments that we're going to be bringing up today, and we're going to be adding more of them. And we certainly don't want to endure lectures from people who belong to the caucus that ran the most closed Congress in the history of the United States. But here are some figures that actually mean something to the American people. Our bill provides a total of $75.9 billion in appropriations for the Education Department, which is $4.5 billion above the 2019 enacted level and $11.9 billion beyond what the President asked for. So that means dramatic increases in everything from IDEA special education spending to education, innovation, and research programs to spending for teacher professional development, evidence-based models, and so on. We're also increasing money for student financial assistance, for Pell Grants, for higher education, because it's become too difficult for our young people to make their way through college, and they're graduating basically with a mortgage of $100,000 or $150,000, but they don't have a house to go with it. So this majority is committed to alleviating the burden on America's college students. Mr. Speaker, we are trying to make progress under very difficult circumstances with this president for the American people in the realm of education, healthcare, scientific and medical research. We're making that progress, and we urge all of our colleagues to support this legislation. I urge a yes vote on the rule and the previous question. I yield back the balance of my time, and I move the previous question on the resolution.
The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, on that, I would like to request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this 15-minute vote on ordering the previous question will be followed by 5-minute votes on adoption of the resolution, if ordered, and agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal, if ordered. This is a 15-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 227, the nays are 190. The previous question is ordered. The question is now on adoption of the resolution. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I would request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays have been requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 227, the nays are 190. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal, which the Chair will put de novo. The question is on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the Chair, the ayes have it and the journal stands approved. The House will come to order. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina rise?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 962, the Born Alive Survivor Protection Act, and I ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The gentleman is advised, the gentleman is correct, the gentleman is advised that under guidelines consistently issued by successive speakers as recorded in Section 956 of the House Rules and the House Manual, the Chair is constrained not to entertain the request unless it has been cleared by the bipartisan floor and committee leaderships. The gentleman is not recognized for debate at this time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 431, I call up House Resolution 430 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 27, House Resolution 430, resolution authorizing the Committee on the Judiciary to initiate or intervene in judicial proceedings to enforce certain subpoenas and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 431, the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Rules, printed in the resolution, is adopted, and the resolution as amended is considered read. The resolution as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on Rules. The gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, and the gentlewoman from Arizona, Ms. Lesko, each will control 30 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on H.Res. 430.
Without objection.
And, Mr. Speaker,
the House shall come to order. The gentleman may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this is a dark time. This Congress is being tested, in this case, not by a foreign adversary, but by our own president. A president who is undertaking a relentless campaign of obstruction and stonewalling. We have never seen anything like this. Never before, Mr. Speaker, has a president of either party so flagrantly ignored Congress's constitutional oversight authority and our nation's separation of powers. You don't have to take my word for it. President Trump has declared, quote, "We are fighting all subpoenas, and I don't want people testifying," end quote. These words make Richard Nixon look like an Eagle Scout. His Attorney General, William Barr, is apparently more than willing to follow the President's command. He has refused to release the full, unredacted Mueller report and the underlying evidence until a compromise was finally reached yesterday. That's after the Judiciary Committee had already voted to hold him in contempt of Congress. Apparently, the Attorney General went from being America's lawyer to being the defense counsel for the President of the United States. I hope the Justice Department acts in good faith on this new agreement. These are documents that Congress needs to see in response to Special Counsel Mueller's findings. But if they do not, and if the Attorney General holds back key information, then all options need to be on the table, including enforcing these subpoenas. That's in addition to the fact that some documents and testimony we deserve to obtain could very well fall outside the bounds of this agreement. And the Mueller report is just the tip of the iceberg. The President is using every trick in the book, including false claims of executive privilege, absolute immunity, and lack of legitimate legislative purpose, all to obstruct legitimate inquiries into matters that impact Americans' daily lives. This includes the President's attack on the affordable health care coverage for millions of Americans, including those with pre-existing conditions, his family separation policy that has torn apart vulnerable immigrant families, his misappropriation of military funds for his offensive border wall, and his decision to roll back landmark civil rights protections. This is exactly the sort of concentrated power in the hands of the few that the founders intentionally prevented through the creation of the three separate but co-equal branches of government. Each branch with unique powers and responsibilities, and each branch expected to act as a check on the power of the others. But the President is trying to take this balance of power and centralize it in one place, 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. He's acting as though the law applies to every American but himself. The President's strategy here is clear. Tweet by tweet, quote by quote, he's laid it bare for all of us to see. The question is whether this Congress will have the courage to take a stand against it, whether we will confront this for what it is, an attack on the very notion of Congress as a co-equal branch of government. Now, I can't speak for my friends on the other side of the aisle, but this Democratic majority will not allow this President to turn a blind eye to the rule of law. And that's why I introduced this measure, H.Res. 430. It is a civil enforcement resolution that will strengthen our hand in court as Congress tries to get the documents this administration is currently trying to hide. So if we can uncover the truth and follow the facts wherever they may lead. The first part of this resolution follows past precedent used by Democratic and Republican majorities, this time to allow the Judiciary Committee to go to court to enforce subpoenas issued to the Attorney General and former White House General Counsel Don McGahn. The second part reaffirms key language in House rules, making clear that every committee chair retains the ability to go to federal court to seek civil enforcement of their subpoenas when authorized by the Bipartisan Legal Advisory Group. That includes those already issued as well as any future subpoenas. Now, I know some of my colleagues on the other side will be quick to claim this resolution is unprecedented. To them, I would ask this: what is the precedent for an administration refusing to comply with any congressional oversight? No documents, no information, nothing. There isn't one. There isn't one. We have never seen anything like this before. So we need an appropriate response like this because of this administration's constant obstruction. I'm proud that my fellow committee chairs quickly joined in co-sponsoring this resolution, including Oversight Committee Chairman Cummings, Foreign Affairs Committee Chairman Engel, Judiciary Committee Chairman Nadler, Ways and Means Committee Chairman Neal, Intelligence Committee Chairman Schiff, and Financial Services Chairwoman Waters. And I urge my colleagues all of my colleagues to join us. This deserves support from both sides of the aisle. Now, I know the silence from some of my Republican friends to what this President is doing has been deafening. But this moment demands you finally speak up and say enough is enough. This resolution is not about politics or partisanship. It is about defending the rule of law and the very notion of separation of powers. Because the challenge here is so great that if we don't stand up to President Trump today, then we risk losing the power to stand up to any president in the future. So I strongly urge my colleagues, let's make clear that the law still matters, even in Donald Trump's America. We can do that by voting yes on this resolution and making clear that no one is above the law, not even the President of the United States. Let's do right by the American people. Let's restore the dignity of this institution, and let's pass this resolution. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves the balance of his time. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the President. The gentlelady from Arizona is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. I rise today in opposition of House Resolution 430. It is disappointing that we are here again debating a measure that will have absolutely no impact on the lives of our constituents. Instead of fixing pressing issues like the security and humanitarian crisis at our southern border, the Democrats continue their focus on influencing the 2020 election at taxpayer expense. Americans are tired of this witch hunt. For nearly 2 years, Democrats claimed that the president colluded with the Russians to interfere in the 2016 presidential election. After 22 months, 2,800 subpoenas, 500 warrants, 40 FBI agents, and spending $35 million, Special Counsel Miller concluded there was no collusion between President Trump and Russia and did not charge him with obstruction. Yet, my Democrat colleagues continue to attempt to undermine the President of the United States because all I can think of is they haven't accepted the fact that he won the election. It is clear to me that the Democrats are trying to influence the 2020 presidential election at taxpayer expense. Americans have real problems we can and should be tackling instead. In May, the U.S. Border Patrol apprehended a jaw-dropping 133,000 people at our southern border. And that's only the people they caught. Yet we are here debating subpoenas targeting the president, probably because it will provide Democrats free airtime. This unprecedented resolution should not even be on the House floor today. It has never been done before in the entire history of the United States. The House has only sued for documents twice before. And in both cases, the individuals in question were first found in contempt of Congress at both the committee level and by the full House. This has not happened here. On top of that, the relevant subpoenas seek material including grand jury materials that by law cannot be made public. The Democrats are asking Attorney General Barr to violate the law. When my colleagues and I tried to improve this resolution, the Democrats blocked us at every turn. I offered an amendment that would let the American people know how much money this resolution would cost taxpayers. Democrats blocked it. Republicans offered amendments to prevent taxpayer money from going to lobbyists, to disclose contracts with lawyers, and to disclose where this taxpayer money was coming from to fund this witch hunt. Democrats blocked each and every one. But one amendment in particular highlights the partisan, political, media-grabbing motives of this resolution. Republicans offered an amendment requiring the Judiciary Chairman to certify that he made a good faith effort to negotiate with the Attorney General, but the Democrats blocked that amendment too. The Attorney General has been transparent, and the Department of Justice has attempted numerous accommodations, including just yesterday, when the Department of Justice agreed to let members of the committee view an unredacted report excluding grand jury material, which by law cannot be released. But even as the Attorney General has attempted to work with Judiciary Chairman Nadler, he has moved at Chairman Nadler has moved at unprecedented speed, moving from a demand for an unredacted report to subpoena to this resolution in a matter of mere weeks. From the Democrats' actions and prior statements, it is difficult not to view the purpose of this resolution and this debate as anything but political. Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from California, the distinguished chairwoman of the Financial Services Committee, Ms. Waters.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman McGovern. I strongly support H.Res. 430, which authorizes litigation to compel Attorney General Barr to provide key evidence underlying the Mueller report and the unredacted report itself, authorizes a civil suit to compel Don McGahn to provide the Judiciary Committee with documents and testimony, and prospectively allows committee chairs to bring civil actions on behalf of their committees to enforce their subpoenas without a subsequent full House vote when authorized by the Bipartisan Legal Advisory Group. H.Res. 430 is key to ensuring that Congress is able to efficiently exercise its constitutional responsibilities in light of the unprecedented stonewalling by the Trump administration and a president who has openly said such things as, and I quote, "We are fighting all subpoenas, and I don't want people testifying." Who does he think he is, a dictator? The committees have requested information that we are constitutionally entitled to as co-equal branch of government, and that we need to fulfill our legislative and oversight responsibilities. In the Financial Services Committee, for example, we have subpoenaed documents from financial institutions, including Deutsche Bank and Capital One, as part of our investigation into the integrity of the United States financial system, bank safety and loan practices, and anti-money laundering policies, including as they are applied to and involve the accounts of President Trump and family members. And so, ladies and gentlemen, in another display of stonewalling, President Trump sued to prevent the banks from complying with the committee's valid subpoenas. I will continue to support efforts to ensure that our critical oversight is not impeded. Who does he think he is? I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back the balance of her time. Members are again reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president. The gentlelady from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 7 minutes to the representative from Georgia, ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Collins.
The ranking member is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to H. Resolution 430, a resolution authorizing the Committee on Judiciary to initiate or intervene in judicial proceedings to enforce certain subpoenas and for other purposes. This resolution is an assault on this body's constitutional oversight authorities. By proceeding in this unprecedented manner, the House is putting the judicial branch in an unfortunate position. Never before has the House authorized the General Counsel to sue without first exhausting all our constitutional remedies to gain compliance with our oversight demands. Proceeding in this manner risks weakening our ability to carry out our oversight responsibilities. On May 8th, the Judiciary Committee voted 24-16 to hold Attorney General Barr in criminal contempt of Congress. The committee did not pursue contempt against Donald McGahn. Mr. McGahn's case is unique, and I will address it in more detail later. Contrary to press reports, Mr. Speaker, we are not acting today on the contempt citation reported by the Judiciary Committee. We are authorizing the House to sue the Attorney General, Mr. McGahn, and any other official or private citizen any committee chair deems contemptuous in the future. This is a novel, untested, and risky proposition. I'll give it to you this way, Mr. Speaker. The majority is definitely audacious in their request. The media and the Democrats routinely rail against the president being quick to sue. Well, Mr. Speaker, that's exactly what the majority is doing. Having rushed to contempt, we are now bypassing that remedy altogether and going straight to court. Constitutional scholar Jonathan Turley recently wrote, Democrats' litigation strategy is clearly driven more by political than legal calculations. This is the problem I have, Mr. Speaker. These tactics weaken the House. They aggrandize the executive branch and cede decision-making to the judicial branch. This is a problem. The majority can mess up oversight however they want to. The majority can rush to judgment whenever they want to. My chairman has subpoenaed most everything that moves, and it seems other committees are wanting to as well. But here's the problem. When you're rushing to this and you're taking it on grounds that are not legally sound, in which, by the way, at this same hearing where Mr. Turley was at, all three of the Democrat witnesses also agreed that the subpoena of the Attorney General was not legal in the sense that it was asking him to do something illegal. The other issue here is yet that when practiced proper oversight, we are getting documents on election results. We're also getting documents on immigration and others from this administration. Where the rub has come is in overbroad, illegal subpoenas from these committees. Now, they may want to screw it up now for this and their purposes, but I don't want it in the future going forward where this House oversight ability has been tampered by a rush to judgment. Let's think about this institution more than our next headline. This is a problem because it is uncertain here, Mr. Speaker. The House will even be granted standing in court since we have declined to exercise all of our constitutional remedies, namely contempt in its many forms. This is not only the only impediment facing Democrats. At every turn, as we have discussed in our minority views of the committee contempt report, the majority refused to engage with DOJ in the requisite negotiations and accommodation processes. During our markup of the contempt resolution, the chairman made several damaging admissions. This is the chairman of the Judiciary Committee. First, he conceded the Attorney General could not lawfully comply with his subpoena demanding grand jury material. Second, he stated the subpoena was the beginning of a dialogue. I'm not sure what first-year law student would believe that a subpoena is the beginning of a dialogue. The third, he admitted the subpoena was intentionally broad to give the committee clout in court. Again, not sure which Black's Law Dictionary we're looking up under subpoena, but that's not part of it. All along, the goal has been to get to court, not to get information and conduct legitimate oversight of Russian interference or secure our elections. If Democrats were interested in these good government initiatives, they would have accepted DOJ's offer to review the nearly unredacted Mueller report. To date, Mr. Speaker, the chairman even has not done so. The goal is to clearly haul the administration into court in an attempt to pacify a base rabid for impeachment. When the Congress has exercised its oversight powers, it must take advantage of every offer of information from the other branch. It is disingenuous to decline free information Democrats so strongly claim to want. It shows the majority does not want the information. You want to fight. In addition to the subpoena being overly broad and requiring the Attorney General to violate the law to comply, the chairman failed to establish a valid legislative purpose for his demands. Therefore, are other avenues the chairman could seek to get the information he wants. Congress could pass a law granting itself an exemption to grand jury secrecy rules, but the majority's not brought that up. The most alarming aspect of this action, however, is the unprecedented speed. A mere 44 days passed between the chairman's first request to the Attorney General and the date the committee held him in contempt. In stark contrast, 464 days passed from the date the chairman Issa requested information from Attorney General Holder on Fast and Furious and the date Oversight Committee held him in contempt. 138 days for Harriet Miers before held in contempt. The action of the majority is authorizing today against Don McGahn, however, Mr. Speaker, is far more egregious for many reasons. Mr. McGahn is not the custodian of the documents the committee and the chairman demands. The White House is. Yet we are smearing a private citizen's reputation and dragging him into court at taxpayer expense in an effort to redo the Mueller investigation because the majority in the media didn't like the outcome. Democrats, again, have failed to lay a foundation for any action against Mr. McGahn. Chairman Nadler has never formally objected to the President's protective assertion of executive privilege or other common law privileges asserted by Mr. McGahn. Under Supreme Court precedent, the chairman must take this important procedural step to pursue further actions against a witness. The witness should be given a clear-cut choice between compliance and noncompliance, between answering the question and risking prosecution for contempt. Here, the witness is being hauled into court without proper notice. Evidence of this glaring error is in the record. On May 31st, Chairman Nadler wrote Mr. McGahn's counsel and stated he did not agree with the White House or Mr. McGahn and offered to continue negotiating. But the chairman also gave Mr. McGahn a deadline of June 7th, this past Friday, to respond. Meanwhile, the Rules Committee noticed a markup of this resolution on June the 6th, one day before the deadline. I think we're seeing the pattern here. This is a revealing error, but errors occur when you're pushing action through at light speed and ceding your power to the judicial branch. A court will decide whether the House has standing, whether the case is right, and whether the Congress is entitled to the information outside of an impeachment inquiry. As also has been said, the propositions are a gamble. Here, Mr. Speaker, we are gambling with the power of a co-equal branch. This approach is untested and can do significant harm to Congress's Article I authority. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I must make mention the authorization of the General Counsel to seek pro bono legal services circumvents the House ethics rules. Can I have another minute?
The gentleman from Georgia, another minute.
The gentleman is allowed an additional minute.
To seek pro bono legal services circumvents House ethics rules. Those rules provide an exception for members to bring civil action challenging the lawfulness of an action of a federal agency or an action of a federal official taken in official capacity, provided that the action concerns a matter of public interest rather than a matter that is impersonal in nature. This resolution contravenes ethics rules by giving the General Counsel the authority, in Mr. McGahn's case, to solicit a gift, pro bono legal services. I'm not sure that was the majority's intent, but the inconsistencies result when Democrats aim to rush resolutions through the House outside of regular order. Mr. Speaker, the majority may wish to change the rules. The majority may wish to get to the finish line quicker. The majority may wish to circumvent everything that is a precedent in this House, and we've seen a lot of it over the past 5.5 months. But I wish they would take into account that they may not be the majority forever, hopefully. And that if they mess up oversight of a co-equal branch, it is on their hands. That is what the vote for yes is on this resolution. That is why a member of this body should vote no for the integrity of this House. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me just assure the gentleman from Georgia that there's nothing novel about this legislation. It's not novel because everything in this bill goes to the Bipartisan Legal Advisory Group, and that's been the case in the past. What is novel, however, is a President of the United States who says that ignore subpoenas and we will not cooperate and tells people not to testify. That's not only novel, it is shocking. Mr. Speaker, and I would just say to my friends on the other side, you're going to have a choice today to either vote for this resolution and stand up for this institution and support the rule of law, or you're going to vote in a way that's going to be complicit with this President's obstruction and disrespect for this institution and disrespect for the rule of law. I urge you to vote with us. Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Maryland, the distinguished chairman of the Committee on Oversight and Reform, Mr. Cummings.
Before recognizing Mr. Cummings, members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the President. The gentleman from Maryland, Chairman Cummings, is recognized.
I rise in strong support of this resolution. Ladies and gentlemen, the Trump administration is engaged in one of the most unprecedented cover-ups since Watergate. And it's not just about Russia. It is so much broader than that. This cover-up spans across numerous investigations, and it extends from the White House to multiple federal agencies of government to completely separate outside parties. The administration officials now question the fundamental basis of Congress to conduct oversight. They object to committee rules and precedents that have been in place for decades under both Republican and Democratic leaders. And they make baseless legal arguments to avoid producing documents and testimony. The Trump administration is challenging the very constitutionality of congressional oversight, and it's happening in broad daylight. Several weeks ago, President Trump vowed, and I quote, "We are fighting all the subpoenas," unquote, end of quote. Since then, he has refused to work on legislative priorities, such as infrastructure, until Congress halts oversight and investigations of his administration. He wants us to forego our responsibility under the Constitution as a condition of passing laws to help our constituents and his constituents. The President's arguments are baseless. He suggests that all subpoenas that Congress puts out are partisan and somehow related to the Russia probe. But that is simply not correct. In the Oversight Committee, we have issued 8 subpoenas. 6 of them are bipartisan, and none of them is about Russia. They involve issues like the census, immigrant children being locked in cages and separated from their families, and the President's finances. This entire year, the White House has not produced one document to the Oversight Committee. Let me say that again. In all of our investigations, the White House has not produced one single shred of paper in response to our requests. The hurricanes in Puerto Rico, the White House has produced nothing. Security clearances abuses, the White House has produced nothing. Efforts to transfer nuclear technology to Saudi Arabia, the White House has produced nothing. Hush money payments, the White House has produced not a thing. Even on issues like spending taxpayer dollars to pay for private jets, the White House has produced absolutely nothing. Over and over again, it does not matter what the topic is, the tactics are the same. And this begs the question, what are we covering up? Tomorrow, our committee will vote on whether to hold the Attorney General and the Secretary of Commerce in contempt of Congress for refusing to produce documents relating to Congress. Again, these subpoenas are bipartisan, and this issue has nothing to do with Russia. Yet the Trump administration has delayed, stonewalled, obstructed, and challenged the authority of the Congress on even these questions. I support today's resolution because it makes clear that in addition to seeking criminal contempt on the House floor, committees may seek authority to enforce their subpoenas directly in civil court actions. Nobody is above the law. I need 30 seconds.
30 seconds.
The gentleman is allowed an additional 30 seconds.
Nobody is above the law, even the President of the United States. Today's resolution reaffirms that Congress has the independent authority under the Constitution to investigate waste, fraud, and abuse and wrongdoing so that we can pass laws that are effective and efficient on behalf of all of our constituents. And with that, I urge my colleagues to support the resolutions, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Before proceeding, members are again reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the President. The gentlelady from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the representative from Arizona, my friend, Mr. Biggs.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank the gentlelady. I oppose this resolution. The subpoena for Attorney General Barr is unenforceable on its face. It demands the full and unredacted Mueller report, including grand jury material that Attorney General cannot lawfully disclose, and the Democrats know this. In a hearing last month, Chairman Nadler admitted that Attorney General Barr could not lawfully release grand jury material. He therefore admitted that the Attorney General could not lawfully comply with the subpoena. Instead, the chairman suggested that the subpoena is a starting point in negotiations. Rarely have I heard that term used with regards to a subpoena. In the Judiciary, in fact, I never heard it before that time. In the Judiciary Committee's hearing on executive privilege last month, one of the majority's own witnesses testified that, quote, one of the categories of information presently sought by the committee appears so broad as to put the executive branch to a nearly impossible task. The committee cannot in good faith expect compliance. Accordingly, the burden is on the committee to substantially narrow this aspect of its request, end quote. My friends talk about the rule of law, but the Democrats have admitted in a hearing in the Judiciary Committee that the subpoena was overly broad and that objects of the subpoena that are prohibited from disclosure, such as 6E material, were not subject to the subpoena. But they didn't fix their subpoena. They didn't issue a new subpoena. They didn't amend the subpoena. They just attempted to amend their contempt citation. Defendants' confusion over what is subject to the subpoena is adequate evidence that the subpoena itself is legally deficient as being confusing and overly broad. And a court will not be able to read the collective minds of our Democrat colleagues and will not expect such clairvoyance from the Attorney General nor from the former White House counsel. The administration is currently negotiating in good faith. We see that an agreement was reached just yesterday. The same Democrat, when discussing the assertion of executive privilege by the administration, stated, quote, these developments do not relieve the committee of its obligation to continue to negotiate. If I might have 15 more seconds.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 15 seconds.
Gentleman is
to
allowed
Mr.
15
Biggs.
additional seconds.
Just as a subpoena is overly broad and quite frankly unprecedented, as well as legally deficient, this resolution is also overly broad and unique in the annals of American history. When the chairwoman from California referred to the President of the United States as a dictator, her language was rancorous and unparliamentary, but it seems to have been filled with projection, as this resolution provides unique authority.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, at this moment, I'm proud to yield 1 minute to the distinguished Speaker of the House of Representatives, Nancy Pelosi.
The gentlelady from California, the Speaker of the House, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I thank him for giving us this opportunity to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States, which is our oath of office. Let me salute the chairs of the committees of jurisdiction who have led us down this path with great respect for law, precedent, and the oath we take. Congresswoman Maxine Waters, Congressman Cummings, Congressman Nadler, Congressman Richie Neal, Congressman Elliot Engel, one more, all of whom have been fighting the fight, gathering the facts to protect and defend our Constitution. The oath of office that we take is why we're on the floor today, to hold the Attorney General of the United States, Barr, and former White House counsel McGahn in civil contempt for their refusal to comply with Congress's subpoenas. We must follow the facts and uncover the truth for the American people. At the birth of our democracy, amid war and revolution, Thomas Paine said, "The times have found us." We are here today because the times have found us. While we do not place ourselves in the same category of greatness as our founders, we do recognize the urgency of the threat to our nation we face today. This body has a solemn duty, Mr. Speaker, a solemn duty to protect and defend our democracy, honoring the oath we take, and the Constitution that is the foundation of our freedom. That Constitution which begins with our beautiful preamble, "We the people." Immediately following those words of the preamble is Article 1, establishing a Congress in which, quote, "all legislative powers herein granted are vested." The founders conferred upon the first branch responsibilities that are sweeping in scope. We set an agenda, we hold the power of the purse, we write the laws that all of us are bound by, including the President of the United States and those who surround him. Fundamental to those responsibilities is oversight of the executive branch and all of the areas essential to the well-being of the American people. Oversight is our institutional duty to ensure against the abuse of power, protect the rule of law, and expose the truth for the people, who are the, and quotes, "the only legitimate fountain of power," end of quote, in the words of James Madison. To conduct that oversight, the Congress is both constitutionally obligated and legally entitled to access and review materials from the executive branch, which it can subpoena. Yet the President and the administration have shown an unprecedented and unjustifiable refusal to furnish Congress with that information. President Trump himself has said, "We are fighting all subpoenas. I don't want people testifying, no do-overs." His administration has employed every tool it can find to obstruct legitimate committee oversight. Everything from witness intimidation to blanket stonewalling to spurious claims of executive privilege, absolute immunity, and lack of legislative purpose. This obstruction violates decades of established legal precedent. Throughout our history, the courts have made absolutely clear that the House has the authority to follow the facts, to uncover the truth for the American people, and that the power of Congress to conduct investigations is inherent in the legislative process. Those are all in quotes. Our oversight responsibility continues to be resoundingly affirmed in the courts again and again. Last month, the District Court for the District of Columbia ruled in the Mazars Court decision, quote, there can be little doubt that Congress' interest in the accuracy of the President's financial disclosures falls within the legislative sphere, end of quote. That same week, a judge ruled in the Deutsche Bank case that Congress's, quote, subpoenas are all in service of facially legitimate investigative purposes. The administration's obstruction not only violates long-established precedent, it endangers our very democracy. We need answers on the many questions left unanswered by the Mueller report, which made clear that the Russians waged an all-out attack on our democracy and documented, the Mueller report documented 11 instances of obstruction from the White House itself. This is a grave threat to our democracy, but the President calls it a hoax and refuses to protect our democracy. Why is that? We take an oath to protect our Constitution from all enemies, foreign and domestic. And what the White House and the administration are doing is a danger and a threat to our democracy. At the same time, the administration's campaign of stonewalling extends far beyond the Mueller report. The administration is obscuring the truth behind the disastrous policy decisions, from attacking the Affordable Care Act coverage for millions of Americans, including those with pre-existing conditions, and taking it to court to overturn it while saying to the American people, we support pre-existing conditions and the rest. For tearing apart vulnerable immigration families at the border, for stealing military funds for an effective, wasteful border wall, for rolling back key civil rights protections for women, LGBTQ Americans, and people of color. The list goes on and on. Also in court to try to defend their abuse of power when it comes to the census, which the Constitution is very clear about, that every 10 years the people of the country will be enumerated. And they want to put a citizenship phrase in there to put a chilling effect on our getting an accurate count. The well-being of the American people and the integrity of our democracy are imperiled by this brazen behavior. Yet Senator McConnell declares, case closed, enabling this campaign of blanket, unprecedented obstruction. Why aren't the senators, we see the obstruction in this House for our trying to uphold our proceeding, but we have the votes to proceed. But the United States Senate has a responsibility to protect and defend the Constitution, and they are ignoring that. As members of Congress, we have a responsibility to honor our oath of office, strengthen the institution in which we serve for the people. We have a responsibility to honor the vision of our founders and the text of the Constitution and ensure that the truth is known. No one is above the law. Everyone will be held accountable, including the President of the United States. The People's House will continue to fight to make the truth known for the American people and will defend Congress's role under Article 1. I urge a strong bipartisan vote for this resolution to hold Attorney General Barr and former White House counsel McGahn in civil contempt for their refusal to comply with Congress's subpoenas and honor the oath of office that they take. With that, I urge an aye vote and yield back the balance of my time.
Speaker yields back your time. The delegate from Arizona is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the representative from California, Mr. McClintock.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, there's a reason for the abusive rhetoric from the left. For 2.5 years, they peddled a monstrous lie that Donald Trump is a traitor colluding with a hostile foreign government. They concocted it with a phony dossier commissioned by the Clinton campaign and promoted by the highest officials in the FBI, our intelligence agencies, and the Justice Department, first in a failed attempt to interfere with the 2016 presidential election, and then to undermine the constitutionally elected President of the United States. Now, despite spending $25 million on an outrageously biased team of partisan zealots assembled by Mr. Mueller, which initially included the now infamous Peter Strzok and Lisa Page, and using some of the most abusive prosecutorial tactics ever employed in this country, they could find no evidence to support the lie. So what to do? Well, they had to think up another lie and think it up quick. So now we hear cries of obstruction and cover-up. Well, good luck with that. Cover-up of a crime that never happened, obstruction by turning over every document Mueller requested and even waiving executive privilege to allow the White House counsel to testify. Now, you compare that to Hillary Clinton's willful destruction of 30,000 emails under subpoena, and you get a sense of the double standard involved here. This is a desperate scavenger hunt to salvage a false narrative, and their time and the nation's patience is running out. The other shoe is about to drop. Broad investigations are now well underway and will soon reveal how this lie was perpetrated and promoted. 2 governments interfered in our elections: the Russians through ham-handed propaganda, and the Obama administration by turning the most terrifying powers entrusted to our government against our political process. The reckoning is coming. As Longfellow said, the wheels of the gods grind slow, but they grind exceedingly fine. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cohen.
Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker, this is an opportunity for Congress to reassert itself as an equal branch of government. And the fact that there's supposed to be 3 equal branches of government, not totally accurate. You know, when we came up with the Constitution, we decided that we didn't want to have an autocratic king rule us. That's why we had a revolution. And when the men met to write our Constitution, they made Congress Article 1. There was a reason they made Congress Article 1, because the Congress represents the people. It's not a king, it's not an autocrat, it's not a despot. It's the representatives of the people to make the laws. We are supposed to really be the embodiment of, and we are the embodiment of the American people. And this president has thumbed his nose at the representatives of the people, not complying with lawful requests for documentation and lawful requests for testimony for Congress to do its constitutional delegated purpose of oversight of the executive and laws that are necessary for the betterment of this nation. This is about time Congress did act. I'm proud of Congress for bringing these bills, and I'm shocked at the opposition for not wanting the people's house, their legislative body, to stand up for future Congresses, as well as this Congress, for the rightful power that it deserves to do oversight and perform its functions with the best possible witnesses and testimony and materials that could aid it in its efforts. So I support the contempt citations. I condemn the parties that have thumbed their noses at us. Subpoena, under law, they're supposed to arrive with documentation and appear to testify, and if they object, they can object there and then, not just disregard Congress's subpoenas that are lawful. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2.5 minutes to the representative from Georgia, Representative Woodall.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank my friend on the Rules Committee for yielding. And Mr. Speaker, I've been listening to this debate intently. I don't disagree with much of what my friend from Tennessee had to say. It is a bad habit that both parties have gotten into over the decades of my lifetime, putting party above article in terms of judicial oversight, executive branch oversight, and even our responsibilities here, such as declaring war. But what you have not heard here today, Mr. Speaker, and what you will not hear, is why the passage of this resolution advantages us in any way. There is not one piece of information that the Speaker of our House, our Speaker, just came and asked for that we are not empowered to request today. The difference, Mr. Speaker, is if we pass this resolution, rather than the House requesting this information, as has historically been true, we would begin to request information one committee chairman at the time. Does that advantage us in Article 1, going to court one committee chairman at the time? Or are we advantaged when the Speaker speaks on behalf of us all? I don't know the answer, Mr. Speaker. I'm not a legal scholar, and in the Rules Committee, where we had original jurisdiction on this, we did not call any legal scholars to help us answer that question. In the Judiciary Committee, they did not call any legal scholars to help to answer this question. Mr. Speaker, I tell you, there is not a member of this institution on either side of the aisle that cares more about Article 1 and us exerting the responsibilities the Constitution gives to us and our constituents expect us to do than I do. Perhaps there is someone in here who cares as much, but there is no one who cares more. Are we disadvantaging the institution for life by taking what has traditionally been the responsibility of our Speaker to do on behalf of all of us and putting it in the hands of committee chairmen? We don't know, and anyone who tells you that they do isn't telling you the truth. We're going to continue to argue about the White House and what they turned over and what they didn't turn over and what they ought to turn over, Mr. Speaker. That is not what this bill does today. There is not one piece of information that's requested that we do not have the authority to request today. Let's not move in ways that could disadvantage us for generations to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Maryland, the distinguished Majority Leader, Mr. Hoyer.
The gentleman from Maryland, the Majority Leader, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to follow the gentleman from Georgia. I have a card in my hand. This is a member's identification. There is no designation of party on this card. This card designates 435 of us, when we're at full complement, as members of the Congress, the people's representatives. And I urge all my colleagues to use this card in a few minutes on behalf of the people and on behalf of this institution. Mr. Speaker, when Democrats won the majority in this House, we did so on a promise to the American people to hold the executive department accountable. That is our responsibility. The Constitution gives us that responsibility, and we swear an oath to uphold the Constitution. That is what the committees have been doing, and it is when the whole House is what the whole House is doing today. Now, the previous speaker said we have the right to ask for any information. That's accurate. What he did not then say is we have asked and we have been refused. Not only have we been refused in the particular, we've been refused in the general, because the President of the United States has directed his people not to give us any information, not to respond to any subpoenas. Whatever the rationale may be. Why? Because he believes the House of Representatives is not acting properly. My colleagues, can't you imagine anybody who doesn't want to give us information would say, I'm not going to give it to you because you're not asking properly? Of course that's what they do. And the House, on behalf of the American people, would be unable to perform its constitutional duty. This is not political. It's constitutional. It's about separation of powers. It's about responsibility. It's about accountability. The House is exercising its responsibility to uncover all the facts and discover the truth on behalf of the American people. We represent, each of us, about 750,000 people. We're not asking in our own behalf. We are asking for the people, so that the people have the information they need in a democracy to make the decisions that they are called upon to make in a very solemn exercise. We call it voting. Attorney General Barr and former White House counsel McGahn have both refused to respond to subpoenas to testify before the House. And the Attorney General refuses to allow Congress to see the full and unredacted report by the special counsel, Mr. Mueller. You can see entire pages blacked out. The Attorney General's efforts to prejudge the conclusions of that report before it's released, as he did, and his public mischaracterization of its conclusions are, in my opinion, evidence of the contempt with which he refuses to answer questions and respond to subpoenas. It seems contemptuous as well of the basic principles of the rule of law and checks and balances. The American people deserve to know the full extent of Russia's efforts to interfere in our elections and subvert our democracy. You didn't have to listen too closely to Bob Mueller to understand that he believed that there was much more to be found, or to miss the fact that he said, Congress, do your duty. Make sure the American people know the facts. The American people deserve to know whether the President or anyone in his administration or inner circle of confidence were involved and tried to cover it up. Now, we've been accused of doing awful things, but I remember watching conventions where they said, lock her up. Lock her up. Flynn, General Flynn, who was the National Security Advisor, said, lock her up. Well, the fact is they locked him up. And many others associated who lied about their involvement with the Russian government, and yes, with other foreign countries. So there is reason for the Congress to want to get to the bottom of this serious invasion of our election process. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to stand up for our Constitution and vote for this resolution. I thank the Chairman of the Rules Committee, Mr. McGovern. I thank Chairman Nadler, Chairman Schiff, Chairman Cummings, Chairman Neal, Chairman Ingle, Chairwoman Waters, all who have jurisdiction over various facets of the information that is needed. And I thank the members of their committees for their hard work to conduct necessary oversight on behalf of the American people. Mr. Speaker, that's what this vote is about. I presented that card. It has no party designation on it. It just has a designation of us, each of us, as representatives of the people. Let us make sure that today we vote for the people. Stand up for our Constitution and for this House and for the rule of law. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2.5 minutes to the representative from Ohio and my fellow Judiciary Committee member, Mr. Shabbat.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to this resolution. It seeks to allow Democrats on the Judiciary Committee to go to essentially whatever court they want to get a court order, to get whatever documents they want, even grand jury documents and those that relate to our national security, all because they don't want to, or are afraid to really, hold Attorney General Barr or former White House counsel Don McGahn in contempt of Congress. Just as they're afraid
to initiate impeachment proceedings against President Trump or accept the fact that the Mueller investigation found that there was no collusion and Attorney General Barr found no obstruction. They just can't get it through their heads that that's the case. And they don't want to focus on the real issue threatening our democracy, which is that Russia actually attempted to interfere in our national elections back in 2016, while Barack Obama, not Donald Trump, Barack Obama was president, and the Obama administration did absolutely nothing about that. They don't want to seem, they really don't seem too concerned that the Russians or another foreign entity might attempt to do so again in 2020. That's what they ought to be using their oversight powers, very powerful things, the power that the majority has. They ought to be using it about that, not this charade. How many documents have the Democrats requested that relate to Russian interference in our elections? None. How many hearings? Zip. How many Obama administration officials and others connected to Russia's efforts have they subpoenaed to testify before the Judiciary Committee? Zero. By continuing with this fake impeachment, the Democrats are doing the American public a disservice. My Democratic colleagues ought to be embarrassed. I yield back my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me just say to the gentleman from Ohio, let me just correct the record. The Russians didn't attempt to interfere in our election. They did interfere in our election. And if my friends read the Mueller report, they'd realize they interfered in the election to help Donald Trump get elected. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New York, the distinguished chair of the Committee on the Judiciary, Mr. Nadler.
The gentleman from New York, Chairman Nadler, is recognized.
Thank you, gentleman, for yielding, Mr. Speaker. When a congressional committee issues a subpoena, compliance is not optional. We expect witnesses to testify when summoned. We expect the administration to comply with subpoenas and to provide us with the materials we require to do our jobs. Of course, there may be differences between the Congress and the executive branch as to what information can be produced on a timely basis. When those differences arise, we are required to seek a reasonable accommodation. We first requested access to the full Mueller report and the underlying evidence on February 22nd. After refusing for almost 4 months, the Department of Justice in the last few days has finally agreed to permit us to view the special counsel's most important files. We are hopeful this will provide us with key evidence regarding allegations of obstruction of justice and other misconduct. Given this potential breakthrough, we will hold the criminal contempt process for Attorney General Barr in abeyance for now. But President Trump has blocked other key witnesses from testifying before the Judiciary Committee, including his former White House counsel, Don McGahn, whose account of the President's actions was featured in the Mueller report. The President has claimed absolute immunity for critical witnesses to prevent them from even showing up. He has invoked executive privilege to prevent us from seeing documents that stopped being privileged long ago, if they were ever privileged to begin with. He has done the same in response to Congress' important work unrelated to the Mueller report, and he has ordered the agencies not to cooperate with even our most basic oversight requests. This unprecedented stonewalling by the administration is completely unacceptable. The committees have a constitutional responsibility to conduct oversight, to make recommendations to the House as necessary, and to craft legislation that will curb the abuse of power on full display in the Trump administration. This is why it is important that the Judiciary Committee be able to act in such matters using all of our Article I powers as contemplated in this resolution and described in both the Rules Committee report and the House Judiciary Committee's contempt report. Now, I heard what the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Woodall, said a few minutes ago, and he is exactly right. This resolution gives committee chairs the power, with the approval of the Bipartisan Legal Advisory Group, to go to court on behalf of the House to enforce our subpoenas. This has not been done before, but neither have we ever seen blanket stonewalling by the administration of all information requests by the House. We have never faced such blanket stonewallings. The President himself said, and they've been as good as their word, they will oppose all of our subpoenas. We must go to court to enforce the subpoenas without a separate floor vote each time if we are going to enforce our subpoenas and reject the arrogant assumption of power and by the administration and denigration of the power of the House and of the Congress. We cannot afford to waste all the floor time for every single time the administration rejects one of our subpoenas, which is every time we issue a subpoena. That's why we must do this resolution. I urge my colleagues to support this resolution so that we can get into court and break the stone wall without delay. I yield back the balance of my
The gentleman
time.
yields back the balance of his time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the representative from California, our Republican leader, Mr. McCarthy.
The gentleman from California, the Republican leader, is recognized.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. Mr. Speaker, Special Counsel Mueller officially ended his investigation several weeks ago. His office is closed. Because of Attorney General Barr, his report is public, and his findings are very clear. No collusion and no obstruction. This is the bottom line of the Mueller report. But, Mr. Speaker, Democrats refuse to accept it. Mr. Speaker, even the chairman of the committee refuses to go read the portion that he's allowed to read, only 6 lines. He refuses to read it, but he wants to come here today. They continue to believe their worst conspiracy theories about the president, despite all the evidence to the contrary. Mr. Speaker, it's even reported in newspapers in the campaign to become chairman of the Judiciary Committee, one said he campaigned for the position because he would be the best with impeachment. Mr. Speaker, even on this floor of this House, there were more than 60 members of the other side of the aisle who voted for impeachment before the Mueller report was ever presented to the public. At its core, House Res 430 is just a desperate attempt to relitigate the Mueller investigation. That's why I urge colleagues to oppose this resolution. It does not strengthen Congress' oversight powers, contrary to what you may hear from the other side, Mr. Speaker. Fundamentally, it is an impeachment effort in everything but name. Mr. Speaker, just look at the unnecessary contempt citation against Attorney General Barr. Less than a month after Barr received the Mueller report, Mr. Speaker, Chairman Nadler issued a subpoena that would have required the Attorney General of the United States of America to break the law. That's not my opinion. Let's be very clear whose words those are. Jonathan Turley. Mr. Speaker, probably everybody in this body not only knows who Jonathan Turley is, he has probably the utmost respect. He is one of the most respected legal scholars in this country. Now, he told the committee, Mr. Speaker, and I quote, "You have to tie your request carefully to your authority to demand information. If Bill Barr had actually compiled with the subpoena as written, he would have violated federal law. If he would have complied, he would have violated federal law." Mr. Speaker, that's why we're here. Not only, Mr. Speaker, does the chairman of that committee ask the Attorney General to break the law or he will try to hold him in contempt, he won't even go read the report. On May 8th, only a few weeks after the first subpoena was issued, House Judiciary Democrats voted to hold A.G. Barr in contempt, the Attorney General of the United States in contempt. Why would they vote to hold him in contempt? Because they were so angry that the Attorney General wouldn't break the law. They wanted him to break the law, then you won't be held in contempt. In a May 24th letter to the Attorney General, Chairman Nadler offered for the first time to negotiate and narrow the scope of his subpoena request. But then you know what? He changed his mind. Yesterday, the Department of Justice reached an agreement with the Judiciary Committee to turn over documents related to the Mueller report. Now, if the public's watching, this just looks so disorganized. You wonder, from that committee, Mr. Speaker, wouldn't they know better than to ask the Attorney General to break the law? Mr. Speaker, wouldn't you know that when you get to this point in a career, that you wouldn't be so upset that someone just doesn't do exactly what you want and then you ask you to break the law, that you'd vote to hold them in contempt and force your side of the aisle just to vote that way? That's not how it's happened in this body before. If the public wants to see a good example of congressional oversight, then let's look at something that's comparable. The House's contempt vote against Attorney General Holder in 2012. The House Oversight Committee took two important actions before suing in federal court. First, it negotiated with Attorney General Holder in good faith for 15 months, not a few days. It never asked him to break the law either. Narrowing the scope of its original subpoena, only extensive back and forth negotiations failed, did it vote to hold him in contempt. Second, it got the full House to vote on it and prove, you know what? A bipartisan contempt. Now, I'm not sure why this committee of the judiciary, Mr. Speaker, would not know this, but I did a little research because I was here during that time. You know why they didn't realize it was the best way to do it and it was bipartisan? Because, Mr. Speaker, a lot of them stormed outside of the chambers. Yep, you heard me right. Even though 17 Democrats voted in favor of the criminal contempt resolution against Holder and 21 voted to enforce civil citation, a number of them stormed outside and protested, took their ball and ran home. Mr. Speaker, I guess the public looked at it just throwing another fit. Now that's pretty significant. As many of you remember, it was contentious. I remember, Mr. Speaker, watching then Minority Leader Pelosi, Minority Whip Hoyer, and Congressman Nadler lead 100 Democrats off the House floor to protest the vote. Mr. Speaker, you won't see that on our side. We believe in the rule of law. Mr. Speaker, we would have done the exact same thing the Attorney General did to Jonathan Turley, said that you would have had to break the law to try to appease somebody's own personal vendetta. The idea that, Mr. Speaker, that someone would run for a position to say that they'd be best to impeach somebody and even vote to impeach without even having a report, and then when you get a report and you could go down and read just those 6 lines that you want to complain about, but you won't. The same person, Mr. Speaker, that would run outside and say, I got elected to Congress, but I'm going to pout and I'm going to go outside. Mr. Speaker, that might be the same person that want to bring this to the floor today. But what is so different about today than all the others? Well, we're doing something we've never done before. We're doing something that's going to take the power away of every member in this body and give it to a select few. Mr. Speaker, if this vote passes today, members of this body are going to say, don't bring it here and let me represent my own people and vote about going to court. Let's just give it really to 3 people. Let's give it to Speaker Nancy Pelosi, Majority Leader Hoyer, and to the Majority Whip. Because that's what BLAG is. I know the courts are going to sit there and say, that's not what Congress is supposed to do. Congress has never done that before. But you know what? If this new majority thinks all they want to do is make an attorney general break the law, I guess they could break every rule, every history, every point of representation there is inside this body. Did we wonder if this would happen? Do we wonder why you wouldn't take the months as they've shown in the time before and actually come to a bipartisan conclusion? I think the plan was already written. I don't know if people can talk about the word patient, because, Mr. Speaker, I remember Congressman Hank Johnson of the Rules Committee. This is the Speaker's Committee, so everybody understands correctly that it's just appointed by the Speaker on the majority side. And he said, Mr. Speaker, Donald Trump will stand for re-election again in a very short period of time, and we don't have 400 days to wait. So don't care about the rule of law. Don't care about asking him to break the law. Just break every historical trend and try to take the power away from millions of Americans, of the members of Congress who represent them here. I didn't know today would come. Mr. Speaker, I didn't know that someone would go this far. I didn't know just because someone, Mr. Speaker, despises somebody else, that an election didn't turn out the way of the desire. Mr. Speaker, I've been on losing sides before, but I'd never think I'd break the law just because you lost an election. I'd never think of asking somebody as high as office as the Attorney General of the United States of America to not give due process, to come to the floor and strip the power of 430 members and put it in a select few. But, Mr. Speaker, I have to be honest. I don't put anything past what this new desire is about. Mr. Speaker, Democrats say we're on a constitutional crisis, and they're right. But not because of Attorney General Barr. The true constitutional crisis is this. When Democrats can't win, they change the rules. I just heard it on the floor, Mr. Speaker, that yes, from the other side of the aisle said this has never been done before. And yes, this is nothing this House has ever desired to do, but it's also no way to govern. The American people deserve a majority that is serious about coming up with solutions, not subpoenas. There are plenty important challenges that we can be working on to solve. Just yesterday, Mr. Speaker, I opened the New York Times. It's not a paper that I think always I agree with, but it had an editorial, not for the first time, but for the second time. And it was talking about the crisis on the border. And as I read this editorial, I found myself agreeing with it greatly. When I read it, it talked about the border, it talked about Washington to stop dithering and do something about it. And I looked to wonder what committee would be most responsible for this challenge. Lo and behold, it was Judiciary. So I turned it on in hopes that I would see a hearing. Maybe I'd even see a markup. No, Mr. Speaker, who did I see? I saw John Dean. John Dean, who pleaded guilty in Watergate, the same individuals that's put more than 900 tweets out against the president, many before any Mueller report came forth. He was the expert witness. The same individual who's paid by CNN, the same individual who said the presidency of George Bush was worse than Watergate. I guess this new majority will go to no end. It doesn't matter if the facts don't go where you want, just change the rules. I wonder, all these new freshman Democrats, Mr. Speaker, when they swore in to uphold the Constitution, does that mean trying to make the Attorney General break the law? Does that mean giving your power away to a select few? There is a crisis on the border. The New York Times knows it. The country of Mexico knows it. I think almost everybody in America knows it, except, Mr. Speaker, I guess this majority. The Committee of Responsibility is more concerned about bringing somebody in who pleaded guilty in Watergate, who makes their money off, Mr. Speaker, of writing books claiming every Republican president there is worse than Watergate, and then asking the Attorney General to break the law. That's not a legacy I would be proud of. It's not a legacy I'd want to be a part of. But, Mr. Speaker, I will stay on this floor. I will vote against taking the power away, even the power away from people on the other side of the aisle. I won't lead a protest, and I won't go outside, and I won't take my ball, and I won't run home. I believe in the rule of law. Mr. Speaker, I had the responsibility and the opportunity that I could go read the redacted portions of the Mueller report, just as some on the other side of the aisle could. It's just 6 lines. Not did I think it was just my responsibility, but as an elected official, I thought it was a responsibility, so I went. But, Mr. Speaker, the people leading this today, they have not. They think they know better. I don't know if they know better, but one thing I do know, they're changing the rules of the House simply because they cannot win. That's not the American way. Those are the reasons why we stand up. Those are the things that America unites behind, the rule of law. This will not be a day that's proud. This will not be a day that when they look back in history, the individuals who vote for this will talk about. It's one when they get asked a question later in life, Mr. Speaker, is there something they regret? They'll regret the emotion overtook them. They regret their own personal dislike drove them. I'm not sure if they're proud of the day when they storm out of the building, even though there's a bipartisan vote here. But I guess that same emotion, the same, Mr. Speaker, lack of ability to actually look at the rule of law and work towards something instead of just changing the rules because you can't have your way, that's what today's about. But the worst part of it all is removing the power of individual members and putting in a select three. But then again, Mr. Speaker, when you study history and forms of government, that's what socialism is all about. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the distinguished minority leader began by saying that the Mueller report makes it clear that there was no collusion and no obstruction. Maybe that's what you would conclude if you just read the Barr summary, which tried to cover up what the Mueller report said. But I would urge the distinguished minority leader to read the report. I'm happy to lend him my bifocals if he has trouble reading it. But the report doesn't say that. It says it doesn't say no collusion. And on the issue of obstruction of justice, it says if we were convinced that he, the president, did not commit a crime, we would have said so. That's what the report says. And I would remind my colleagues that obstruction of justice is a crime. At this point, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Liu.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The issue today is very simple. It's simply about the right of American people in Congress to get information. That's it. All this resolution does is it allows us to enforce congressional subpoenas. These are documents and witnesses we want, and allows us to go to federal court to enforce it. That's all this resolution does. And why are Republicans so scared of this resolution? Because they know we're going to win in court. We won 3 times against the Trump administration. But why do we even have to go to court to do this? Because the Trump administration is engaging in unprecedented obstruction. And it's not just about the Mueller report, it's about all areas. So for example, right now, the Trump administration is suing to eliminate health care coverage for people with pre-existing conditions. We want to know more about that. We can't get it. We want to know about a lot of areas that we cannot get, so we want to go to federal court to get this enforced. And what are Republicans doing? They're making stuff up. They're saying somehow we're asking the Attorney General to do things that will make him violate the law. That is wrong, wrong, wrong. And I'm just going to end with this simple example. The Attorney General of the United States gave the Republican ranking member of the Judiciary Committee the right to see their unredacted Mueller report. Was that illegal? No. But I can't see it. That is wrong. There's no basis for that. We're simply going to go to federal court. We're going to litigate it. We're going to win. And all this resolution does is it allows us to enforce congressional subpoenas in federal court. It's about not allowing the Trump administration to cover things up. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Arizona.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the representative from Texas, Mr. Gohmert.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is about harassing the president, and it's about delaying the inevitable. I would have hoped that my friends across the aisle, especially in the Judiciary Committee, that had concerns in 2005 and 6 about the overreach that was possible through the FISA procedures, would have seen that there was no collusion, that the Russians did try, but nobody with the Trump campaign bought. And so we're left with the fact that the real collusion here was between the Clinton campaign with Fusion GPS, hiring a foreign agent, Christopher Steele, who talked to people he now admits could well have been agents of Vladimir Putin, who gave false information about Trump, the candidate, that was used in a dossier that was used to manipulate the FISA court into giving a warrant to start spying on the Trump campaign. That's what this was about. And what people are calling obstruction of justice is exactly what you have when you have somebody falsely accused of colluding, conspiring with the Russians, and he knows he didn't do that, and he sees his family being harassed, and everybody that worked with the campaign that can be pushed and shoved and blackmailed, as happened, and bankrupted. You want to bring it to an end. You want to see justice done. But instead of my friends in judiciary coming together with us that have been concerned about the abuses of the FISA system so that it doesn't happen to other Americans, instead they come with this resolution to push the matter down the road a little further to the 2020 election. It's got to stop. Let's stop now. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
Gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee is recognized.
I thank the gentleman. I think it is appropriate to correct a number of statements that have been made on the floor. First of all, this is not the end. Director Mueller made this the beginning. When he concluded the report, he left a very large direction to the United States Congress. He recognized that he could not follow up because of policies at the DOJ regarding indictment in the process of the administration. And so the Congress, in its due diligence, took the responsibility not to target anyone, but to simply uphold the rule of law. In upholding the rule of law, we had an empty seat by Attorney General Barr, an empty seat by Mr. McGahn, an empty seat by Ms. Hicks, Ms. Donaldson, and we hope not an empty seat of the author of the report. So all this resolution does is authorize the committee to seek civil enforcement of its subpoenas against Attorney General Barr, requiring him to provide Congress with the key evidence underlying the Mueller report, as well as the unredacted report itself, and former White House counsel Donald F. McGahn, requiring him to provide documents and appear for testimony. He's not covered by executive privilege. In fact, executive privilege does not cover his duty is to the White House office of the General Counsel, or the White House counsel's office, not to the individual office holder, the president. He has personal lawyers. And we didn't break the law. 6E, which is grand jury materials, our committee diligently said, let's work with the Department of Justice, go to court and decide what we can see. We are simply following this little book that many have died for, and that is the Constitution of the United States. And those words in the Declaration of Independence that said we all are created equal with certain unalienable rights of life and liberty in the pursuit of happiness. The American people would not want a nation that did not hold.
I yield the gentlelady an additional 1 minute.
The gentlelady is allocated an additional minute.
The American people would not want a Congress that turned its back on, frankly, the rule of law. And for those of us who had the special privilege of going to Normandy this past week, you got a great sense of pride, of the courage of Americans, the bravery of those young men. And all I could think of is how important it is for all of us to adhere to those wonderful principles. So again, there is no targeting here. This is not a way to do policy or legislation. We can fight that battle on the floor of the House. But if you read those volumes and end it in the last pages of Volume 2, you know that Director Mueller asked us to finish the task of looking into elements that he did not or could not in the underlying issues. Let me also say, as we do that, we do it forthrightly, because in 2020, we want to make sure that every American has a right to vote, and every American is not undermined by a foreign operative interfering and taking the election away from you. I support the resolution. We must stand for the rule of law. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentlelady from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the representative and fellow Judiciary Committee from Virginia, Mr. Klein.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentlelady for yielding time. And I want to recognize the gentlelady from Texas for her remarks, because as a fellow member of the Judiciary Committee, we all stand for the rule of law, and I too carry a Constitution with me, and the Constitution explicitly creates a system that is representative of the people, where the people are elected by their constituents to come up here and represent their views in Congress and vote for them. It's not to come up here and to hand off control, to hand their vote to the majority leader, to the speaker, and to the majority whip, and to let them vote for them and for the people of their district whether or not to go to court. The votes to enforce subpoenas, the votes to hold in contempt, should be votes of the representatives of the people. That's why this resolution today is such a travesty. Mr. Speaker, I've only been a member of this body for a few months, and I was proud to be named a member of the Judiciary Committee. But unfortunately, the circus that I've witnessed over the last few months is shocking, as the Democratic majority tries to find some reason, any reason, to impeach this president now that the Mueller investigation has wrapped up with no crimes found. If they want to go back and repeat the last 2 years of the investigation, the millions of dollars, the hundreds of subpoenas, they are certainly entitled to do that, but I would argue it would be a waste of time of the American taxpayer and the American people. You know, we had a hearing earlier today on the 9/11 Victims Compensation Fund, and the chairman did a masterful job of arguing in favor of that legislation, of which I'm a co-sponsor. It's bipartisan legislation. It's going to be marked up tomorrow. That's the way that this Judiciary Committee should operate. Instead, we have hearings with empty chairs for the Attorney General. We have a hearing with empty chair for the White House counsel. Finally, yesterday, we had a hearing with people in the seats, but they were all MSNBC and CNN commentators. Mr. Speaker, this is a travesty of justice. I would urge my colleagues to defeat this resolution.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Massachusetts.
I reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Arizona.
Thank you. The Committee on the Judiciary is one of the most venerable in the House of Representatives, and I am honored to have been selected to join its ranks. It has jurisdiction over intellectual property during a time of exponential scientific breakthroughs. It has jurisdiction over election interference during a time when we are concerned about Russians interfering with our election. It has jurisdiction over immigration issues during a time of an unprecedented security and humanitarian crisis on our southern border. I am disappointed to see how the Democratic majority has chosen to waste this authority. I am disappointed to see that it has chosen to ignore its responsibilities to the American people in favor of sound bites and photo ops. Instead of legislating, the Democratic majority prefers posing with buckets of fried chicken for the national media in crude attempts to undermine our president and his administration. Really, it's time to move on and tackle the real issues that Americans care about. The American people elected us. They elected me to Congress to get things done. Let us secure the border. Let us improve health care. Let us improve education. Let us stop this political theater that happens meeting and hearing after hearing in multiple committees, and what I believe is a blatant attempt to influence the 2020 presidential election using taxpayer resources. Mr. Speaker, I reserve my time.
The gentlelady reserves her time. The gentleman from Massachusetts.
I have no further speakers. If the gentlelady is through, if she yields back her time.
Thank you. I have an inquiry. How much time do I have left and the other side have left, sir?
The gentlelady has 1 minute remaining.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to use my 1 minute to talk about these, to actually refute these blatant allegations and fantasies, I believe, by my fellow Democrats. And that's how somehow the President and the Department of Justice has been stonewalling them. Let me go over the timelines real quick. On March 22nd, the Attorney General immediately notified the chairman and the ranking members of the House and Senate Committees on Judiciary that they had received the confidential report from the special counsel. The next day, the Attorney General informed Congress of the special counsel's principal conclusions. March 29th, he updated the Congress on what could be done and what redactions had to be made. Then on April 18th, less than a month after receiving it, the Attorney General made the redacted confidential report available to Congress and the entire public. The same day, the Attorney General released the confidential report and made the minimally redacted version of the confidential report available for review. Mr. Speaker, I would urge a no vote on this resolution, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady's time has fully expired. The gentleman from Massachusetts.
I yield myself the remaining time, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, my friends on the other side, have responded to this legislation with the same old, same old. They're circling the wagons around this president and his team. They are deliberately turning a blind eye to the corruption, to the deception, to the illegality that has surrounded this White House. But let me remind them all of why we're here today. We're here because the American people elected each of us to write laws and to ensure those who execute them are held accountable. We all took an oath when we were sworn in to uphold and defend the Constitution. That's our job. None of us were sent here to play defense for the President of the United States. You know, there are some things that are more important than politics. And I hope that even in this day and age, there are still some things that are more sacred than partisanship, like the rule of law and the separation of powers. I mean, each of us took the same oath. We now have a choice whether or not to uphold it. The choice should be a simple one: to stand up to President Trump and to defend the Constitution. You know, I remember when many of my Republican friends ran for office claiming to be constitutional conservatives. Well, this is your chance to back up your campaign slogan with your vote. You know, we have a president that publicly states, we're fighting all subpoenas, and I don't want people to testify. Those are his words. Those are the words of the president, not some mob boss. And as we heard from the chairman of the Oversight and Reform Committee, Chairman Cummings, the White House hasn't turned over a single document, a single piece of paper that his committee has requested to do their oversight work. Not one piece of paper. You know, at the core of this resolution is Congress getting the appropriate documents so we can do the appropriate oversight. That's part of the job. How can anybody be against that? To be against that is to be part of the cover-up, is to be complicit with the obstruction that this White House demonstrates each and every day. I remind my colleagues that history will judge how we react to this moment. So I urge all of my colleagues, do not let this moment pass us by. Vote yes on this resolution, and let's hold the President accountable. Nobody is above the law in the United States of America, not even the President of the United States. With that, I yield back the balance of my time, and I urge a yes vote.
The gentleman's time has expired. Members are again reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the President. All time for debate has now expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 431, the previous question is ordered on the resolution as amended. The question is on agreeing to the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution is agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, I ask
Gentlelady
for
from Arizona.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the ayes and nays.
The yeas and nays have been requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this 15-minute vote on adoption of the resolution will be followed by a 5-minute vote on the motion to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2608. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 229 and the nays are 191. The resolution is adopted without objection. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2609, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar number 71, H.R. 2609, a bill to amend the Homeland Security Act of 2002 to establish the Acquisition Review Board in the Department of Homeland Security and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 419, the nays are 0, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask unanimous consent of the Committee on the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 962, the Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The gentleman is advised that under guidelines, consistently issued by successive speakers as recorded in Section 956 of the House Rules and the House Manual, the chair is constrained not to entertain the request unless it has been cleared by the bipartisan floor and committee leaderships. The gentleman is not recognized for debate at this time, sir. The gentleman is not recognized for debate. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent of the Committee on the Judiciary to be discharged from the further consideration of H.R. 962.
As the chair has previously advised, the request cannot be entertained absent appropriate clearances. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
I suggest to you that this Congress is out of order when we fail to protect the least amongst us.
The gentleman has not been recognized for debate. I say that for the third time. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. What purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate LGBT Pride Month, which occurs every June. Pride Month is a time when the LGBT community comes together to celebrate their ability to live freely. For many people across the country, Pride events held in this month of June are the occasion where they can express themselves freely in their community. This year's LGBT Pride Month marks an important turning point in LGBT history, the 50th anniversary of the Stonewall Uprising. While LGBT Pride events today center on celebration of good times, they are rooted in the LGBT community's fight for survival. 50 years ago this month, police raided the Stonewall Inn, a gay bar in New York City. Raids weren't uncommon at the time, but this time the gay community rose up in protest. They set off a national movement of LGBT rights, which still are going on today. Mr. Speaker, it is my honor to celebrate these great strides in LGBT rights in the country. I ask that my colleagues join me in celebrating LGBT Month and commit to protecting the rights of LGBT safely. And with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I speak unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Today, I rise to congratulate 24 young women from high schools across Plano, Texas, who were presented with the Gold Award by the Girl Scouts of Northeast Texas for their dedication to our community. The most prestigious accolade to earn, the Gold Award requires each young woman to work tirelessly on a community project of their choice for up to 80 hours. I want to thank each of these Girl Scouts for their exemplary service
within Collin County and for demonstrating that age should never deter one from leading within their community. It is with pleasure I ask my colleagues to join me in congratulating these young ladies on their success. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand before you 2 days before the 3rd anniversary of the mass shooting at Pulse nightclub in Orlando, Florida, to tell this body, the People's House, that we have work to do. The Pulse shooting shook us all to our core, and for so many in the LGBTQ community, these wounds may never fully heal. We honor the memory of those whose lives were taken, but for those 49 people, their families, and importantly, their chosen families, thoughts and prayers will never be enough. Orlando strong and never again are only words until we take action. We are united by the power of our constituents that have given to us the ability to make law. We must use that power to stop gun violence. What does it say to the victims at Pulse, Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, Sandy Hook, Las Vegas, Aurora, Virginia Beach, and too many others to list? Do we not care? Making life safer for our constituents is not right versus left. It is right versus wrong. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I urge action on this national epidemic.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to commend President Trump on the early success in getting Mexico to increase their commitment to helping secure our common border. There's been no shortage of doubters, perhaps even some who wish the president would fail because he's taken an approach that hasn't been tried before. But I thank the president for his vision, for his commitment to securing our southern border, which has long been at crisis levels. We're not done by any means. We must now ensure that Mexico honors their commitments, but this is significant progress that we haven't seen yet to this point. If Mexico is true to their word, that means House Democrats are now the only ones preventing the U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement from becoming a reality. This agreement would be extraordinarily beneficial for the American economy, and it's time to ratify it here in this House. I thank President Trump for applying pressure on Mexico and forcing them to step up their efforts to secure our border and trade. I yield back.
What purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Harry Yoa is a 101-year-old World War II veteran. He's living in Ocean City, New Jersey. He was only 23 years old when he enlisted in the Army in 1942, working as a truck driver and newly married to his wife, Valerie. In the 321st Bombardment Group in the 12th Air Force, Harry was stationed in the south of France, where he completed 63 missions as an aerial engineer and as a tail gunner. He now unfortunately suffers from dementia and doesn't remember much from the war, but he says he hasn't forgotten the intensity of his missions, where he was tasked with repairing the aircraft and defending the craft through the weapons in the rear of the plane. After the award, Harry was awarded multiple medals and 3 Bronze Stars for his service. In the wake of the 75th anniversary of D-Day, we remember the sacrifices of many Americans and the many Americans who made them in World War II. Harry is truly one of the great ones, and God will bless him. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to remember the Liberty ships and those who built them during World War II in Savannah, Georgia. Just after the U.S. entered the war, the Maritime Commission awarded a contract to the Southeastern Shipbuilding Corporation to start building cargo ships for military service. The first completed ship was called the USS Oglethorpe, named after the city's founder. By the end of the war, 46,000 employees had produced 88 Liberty ships at the location in Savannah. These were America's lifeline to the war in Europe and the workhorses that transferred necessary supplies back and forth across the Atlantic Ocean filled with dangerous obstacles. Unfortunately, the USS Oglethorpe was lost, torpedoed by a German U-boat in 1943. Today, a model of that ship stands at the Savannah Trade Center to thank and remember all those who served in the Savannah shipyards, constantly working to help win the war, as well as those ship captains who risked their lives crossing the ocean. This generation truly deserves the name the greatest generation, and with them rested the fate of the entirety of Western civilization. And I am proud of this group in the 1st Congressional District of Georgia and their contribution to the effort during World War II. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to speak out against the horrifying human rights abuses that our administration fails to confront. There are more than 1.3 million Rohingya refugees who have fled the genocide in Burma. About 500,000 were driven out by a deliberate, coordinated campaign by the Burmese state to destroy the Rohingya villages. According to Human Rights Watch, refugees who arrived in Bangladesh in 2018 reported continued abuses by the Burmese security forces, including killings, arson, enforced disappearances, extortion, severe restrictions on movement, and lack of food and health care. They also report sexual violence and abductions of women and girls in villages and at checkpoints along the route to Bangladesh. Returnees to Myanmar face arrest and torture by authorities. There are more than 128,000 Rohingya still in detention camps where they have been confined since 2012. At its peak, Rohingya refugee resettlement in the United States was 2,573 refugees in year 2015. That number has dropped to just 207 in 2019. We are supporting Rohingya refugees through funding programs in refugee camps, but we must do more and help them resettle here in the United States. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
After the Mueller report, we now know that President Trump was falsely accused of engaging in a criminal conspiracy with Russia for 22 months. So the question is what to do now that we are aware of this false accusation. Democrats believe that the right approach is to tweeze through all the president's reactions to being falsely accused. Republicans believe that we should figure out what the root was of the false accusation in the first place. And as we endeavor upon that work, we see across the rotunda in the Senate that harassment of the first family continues. Donald Trump Jr. will be hauled before a Senate committee tomorrow because his prior testimony purportedly conflicts with the testimony of Mr. Gates and Mr. Cohen, two people who are either in prison for lying or go into prison for lying. It is past time to stop the harassment of the president and the first family, to acknowledge those who engaged in false accusations for an extended period of time, and to figure out how in the world such an accusation was able to be funded by the DNC, cooked up in the Obama White House, and then polluted by Russians. We can do a lot better, and we're going to figure out what happened. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oklahoma seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to talk about an important achievement that changed the world as we know it. In just over a month, we will celebrate the 50th anniversary of the Apollo 11 mission. On July 20th, 1969, for the first time ever, human beings walked on the moon. Apollo 11 was indeed a giant leap. It inspired and continues to inspire generations to explore. The discoveries and technology that come out of America's investment in space not only help us better understand the universe, but fundamentally change our modern life. Apollo 11 is one of America's greatest achievements, and I'm proud to work with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, as well as both houses, the House and the Senate, on resolutions that commemorate and celebrate this achievement. Celebrating the Apollo 11 mission ensures that future generations will not just remember, but take us further into space exploration. As a lifelong Oklahoman, I also want to acknowledge the unique contributions of Oklahoma astronauts. So in each week leading up to Apollo 11 mission celebration, I will highlight Oklahomans who have shaped our knowledge and discovery in space. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to thank the American people for sending a message to this Congress that they do not want the pay raises for members of Congress to go through. But their work is not done, and they need to keep it up. They've successfully delayed the legislative branch appropriations bill from being considered in part of this omnibus bill that's going to be considered tomorrow. But it's only been delayed. It hasn't been removed just yet. So stay on the phones, stay on the emails, stay on Facebook, get in contact with your member of Congress, let them know you don't think that they deserve a pay raise. They have more work to do. There is much to be done in terms of addressing the crisis at the border, continuing this economic success that we have, and instead we have committees that are holding officials in contempt of Congress. We have more to do, so I ask the American people, keep up the great work. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At the start of this Congress, the new Democrat majority promised that legislation would be considered under regular order. 6 months into Congress, it's evident that that promise has been abandoned altogether. In place, the majority has used a procedural tactic to set spending levels and circumvent the normal budget process. There is now no sign of a 2020 budget resolution coming before the House to set spending levels. So, the full House has no opportunity to debate these levels as a standalone bill. The national debt exceeded $22 trillion this year. The American people expect us to debate and vote on a budget that will outline the direction of our nation. However, without having passed a budget, the House will consider a massive spending bill this week that combines 5 appropriations bills. Altogether, the package includes nearly $1 trillion in spending. Members will take this vote to spend with no plan or agreement between the House and Senate on an overall budget. I call on the majority to follow through on its promise of regular order and bring a budget before the House so that we can debate the out-of-control spending and how it can be reined in and reined in now. I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2019, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just so staff knows, this will probably be a bit abbreviated just because of all the chaos we have going on around us. There was something I wanted to start with. Typically, we come to the floor and we spend time talking about what's happening in the country economically, demographically, what we must do to keep our promises. I sit on Ways and Means. I do trade and tax policy. But before we put that up, need to touch on something that's incredibly frustrating. Being from Arizona, and we obviously have a border issue. We talk about it, we do nothing. How many of you have seen the news the last couple days that we have gun battles going on just south of Douglas, Arizona? We may have 9, 10 people who've lost their lives. We've had a teenager get hit by a stray bullet. We've had a couple of folks, apparently one, crawl to the border and is now in an Arizona hospital. A couple are in Arizona hospitals. Where's the press? Where's the discussion of what's going on? And apparently we have a war going on in Agua Prieta, just south of Douglas, between these cartels that not only move drugs, but they exploit human beings. These are the very cartels that are taking humans and smuggling them and trafficking them up to the border, and now they're using assault weapons and killing each other. Of course, we would care about that, wouldn't we? Except it doesn't get any news here because it doesn't fit the narrative. If you love and care for people, could we at least have an honest discussion of what the president's asked for with some money for humanitarian aid to take care of those who've presented themselves at the border for refugee status, but understand the violence that's spilling over into my state of Arizona and what's going on. And I guess I come to this microphone just frustrated that this story broke out yesterday in Arizona. Where's the national outcry? Where's the national understanding of the chaos that's happening along our southern border and the lives that are being lost? Do we care or do we not care about people? So, look, there were two things I wanted to do, and I know we're up against a very tight time, so I'm just going to do one of them. Could we actually have this theory that basically says, if you look at the U.S. demographics, in 8.5 years, 2 workers, 1 retiree, 8.5 years, 50% of this budget from this body, 8.5 years, 50% of this budget from this body, less interest, will be to those 65 and older. Demographics aren't Republican, they're not Democrat, they're math. We must do a number of things to keep the economic vitality of this society going if we're going to keep our promises. Well, one of those things in our 5 points is actually the way we deal with regulations. So we have this one here area where we talk about whether it be tax policy, trade policy, and regulatory policy. And just in the couple minutes here, I want to sort of explain what smart regulations is. Because so often here in the rhetoric we'll have, well, we need to deregulate, well, we need to re-regulate. You're wrong. We all walk around with these supercomputers in our pocket. Turns out technology is the rational place where regulations should go. So here's my thought experiment. Let's actually use your own neighborhood. You're the business in that neighborhood. You need to get an air quality permit to do your manufacturing. Does filling out a bunch of paper and shoving it in a file cabinet, does that make air quality cleaner in your neighborhood? Do file cabinets full of paperwork at the local, county, state, wherever your state regulator is, does that make the air quality in your community better? Of course not. It just creates a lot of documents so we have someone to sue for the trial lawyers and those things. I want to propose the concept of crowdsourcing environmental information, particularly for air quality. Turns out we're living in a time where there's now sensors you can attach to your phone that are highly accurate, that will do PM10, PM8, hydrocarbons, volatile organics. What would happen in your community if you were willing to make this trade-off? We're not going to make you fill out lots of paperwork. We're going to promote your businesses, let you grow, but here's the trick. If you screw up, we catch you instantly. Also, the clowns that are painting cars behind your house in their backyard, we're going to catch them too. This thought is very, very simple. And sorry for the graphics. We actually have a YouTube sort of cartoon that's about 1.5 minutes walking through this concept of crowdsourcing environmental data, that it's time to use this type of technology. But think of the economic growth trade-off. We're not going to fill up file cabinets full of paperwork, but because we're going to be crowdsourcing environmental data, that when there's a bad actor or someone's scrubbers are out of compliance or there's clowns painting cars in your backyard, we'll catch them instantly. Wouldn't that be a lot more powerful that your communities, your state, your county's environmental regulator is now a quick reaction force that goes to where the bad act is happening instead of basically being a paperwork domicile? That's an example of smart regulation. It makes our communities healthier. It makes our air quality better and still has our businesses growing because they're not buried under consultants and mounds of paper. That's an example of smart regulations. Please, how do we drag this institution to understand the incredible opportunities that technology is bringing us in crashing the price of healthcare, making the environment healthier. Even one I want you, and I'm going to come back in the coming weeks, and we're going to dive into this one much deeper. But let me salt the mind a little bit for a thought experiment. What would happen if you had technology that could protect your house of worship, your school, this body, public buildings? Turns out it exists today. I want to propose that this body put together an X Prize for non-lethal protection of our buildings, our houses of worship. Because we already know there's experiments out there of the pods that go on the wall that if someone comes in and is engaging in a bad act or discharges a firearm, instantly, just like the taser darts, it lays down, yes, innocent people will get hit with them. They don't die. Turns out there are technology solutions that will make us safer. How do we drag the conversations around this place to understand there's really great, exciting opportunities for all of us out there, whether it be in smart regulations, whether it be the end of killing using technology, whether it be the fact we're about to get dramatically healthier, that the cures that are about to come on the market for diseases that have been with us for so long. We're in a time of amazing disruption. How do we future-proof our policies? And how do we get this body to stop thinking everything is either Democrat or Republican, but understand there are actual solutions? You just have to be forward-thinking with technology. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2019, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Soto, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In honor of Pride Month, I'd like to honor John Ruffier. John Daniel Ruffier is an attorney and a leader of the LGBTQ community in Central Florida. John was born in Orlando, Florida, attended Edgewater High School, where he was part of the state champion men's crew team. He went on to attend Vanderbilt University and then the University of Florida College of Law. Upon graduation from law school, John joined the law firm of Lowndes, Drozdick, Doster, Cantor, and Reed in Orlando, where he practices to this day, sitting on the firm's executive committee and leading the firm's senior housing practice group. John has been involved in numerous community activities, having served on the board of directors for both the Central Florida Coalition for the Homeless and the Hope and Help Center of Central Florida. Along with Jennifer Foster, John founded the Central Florida chapter of the Human Rights Campaign and later joined HRC's National Board of Governors. Following his term on HRC's Board of Governors, he was asked to join the Board of Directors for the HRC Foundation. John was also elected to the Human Rights Campaign's political board, where he rose to the role of board chair in the years of 2018 to 2019. And for that, John Ruffier, we honor you. In honor of Pride Month, I would like to honor George Wallace. Dr. George Wallace was born in New Hampshire and moved to Central Florida in 1992. He returned to New England in 1995, and after finishing his undergraduate degree, he returned to Florida in 2002. George spent the first half of his career advocating and working with persons with disabilities as a case manager, and later turned his passion for arts into a career as a senior leader of the Orlando Fringe. During the Pulse tragedy, George was serving on the board of the LGBT Center of Orlando. Knowing that he wanted to continue serving his community, he accepted a role as an executive director of the center in Orlando in 2017. Dr. Wallace has since grown the organization to include a programming center at its satellite office in Kissimmee in our district. George is a very visible leader within Central Florida and enjoys travel, photography, and cheering on the Boston Red Sox in his free time. And for that, Dr. George Wallace, we honor you. In honor of Pride Month, I'd like to honor Eric Rawlings. 30 years of change, of loss, and of victories, Eric Rawlings continues to be one of the most active and visible LGBT leaders in Orange County. Eric started volunteering at the Hope and Help Center in the early 90s because he witnessed the injustices and stigma that his friends suffered from HIV/AIDS as they were dealing with it every day. In 1993, he was awarded the Volunteer of the Year for his dedication. In the present day, Eric is serving his 6th term on the Community Development Block Grant Board and helps secure funding for the LGBT Center of Central Florida, and helps make recommendations for housing and services for people living with HIV/AIDS and low to moderate income households in the Orlando area. In Eric's early small business career, he was discriminated against for being gay. He saw an opportunity to help educate other business entrepreneurs and work to provide a safe business environment. And with that, he helped grow the Metropolitan Business Association, the LGBT Chamber of Commerce, serving on the board of directors twice. Eric, with many of his friends and activist allies, was instrumental in passing ordinances and protections for the LGBT people of the city of Orlando and Orange County. In the early days, nothing was certain, but because they did not give up on Orlando and Orange County, today, our home is one of the most inclusive, welcoming, and economically vibrant areas in the nation. After the Pulse tragedy, all of Orlando came together and became Orlando United. Eric was honored with an Orlando United Medal from Mayor Teresa Jacobs. Eric was elected as one of the first openly LGBT people to serve in an Orange County-wide position. He worked as chairman of our Soil and Water Conservation Board. He continues to work now politically to improve our environment and to stand up for equality for all, including a ban on conversion therapy. And for that, Mr. Eric Rawlings, we honor you. In honor of Pride Month, I'd like to honor Ricardo Negron Almodovar. Ricardo Negron Almodovar. Born and raised in Puerto Rico, Ricardo obtained a master's degree in education, a Juris Doctorate, and is a licensed attorney in Puerto Rico. In 2015, Ricardo moved from Yauco, Puerto Rico, to Orlando, Florida. During his first year in Florida, he taught English to adults and became involved in civic engagement efforts to register new voters. After the Pulse tragedy on June 12th of 2016, of which he is a survivor, Ricardo worked to empower the LGBTQ Latinx community and has advocated against discrimination and gun violence. Ricardo currently serves as a legal service coordinator for Latino Justice, where he's had the opportunity to assist those transitioning from Puerto Rico to Florida after Hurricane Maria devastated my family's native island. Recently, Ricardo obtained a master's degree in nonprofit management and launched the community's organization Del Ambiente, which is an effort led by the LGBTQ Puerto Rican community to build up the LGBTQ Puerto Rican community in Florida's activism in environmental work. And for that, Ricardo Negron Almodovar, we honor you. In honor of Pride Month, I would like to honor Karen Castellos. In 1971, Karen graduated from the University of Cincinnati with a BA in Spanish. After moving to Orlando in 1975, she attained her master's degree in education from Nova University and was employed by Orange County Public Schools as an English to speakers of other language teacher, an ESOL teacher, for 31 years. She retired in 2007 and became involved in volunteer work. She's the co-founder of the Jefferson Voss Scholarship for the Zebra Coalition Youth. She served as a member of Equality Florida Steering Committee for 3 years and presently holds the vice chair position. She continues to volunteer at iDignity of Orlando and at the food pantry at Joy MCC. In addition, she proudly serves on the Education Fund at the Zebra Coalition organization which served LGBTQ youth. And for that, Karen Consteos, we honor you. In honor of Pride Month, I'd like to honor David Arthur Jones. David Arthur Jones, son of Mary Lou Jones and the late Arthur Henderson Jones, Jr., was born and raised in a union household in upstate New York. The environment of David's upbringing provided a foundation of values associated with human rights, to which he has been largely committed to over the course of his lifetime. After surviving a ruckus adolescence, David served with the United States Jaycees and the New York Young Democrats and was awarded the prestigious Governorship Award, which confers an honorary lifetime membership. Among his proudest works was the establishment of a spacious town park in Whitestone, New York. David went on to enroll in Mohawk Valley Community College and Utica College of Syracuse, where he earned his degree in occupational therapy. Together, John and David moved to Lake Wales, Florida in 2004 in Florida's 9th Congressional District. As a committeeman, David incorporated LGBT issues as part of meetings of the Polk County Democratic Committee. In 2012, David and his life partner, John, officially certified their love for each other by virtue of marriage in Utica, New York. David and John spearheaded the effort to establish the Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, and Allies Democratic Caucus of Polk County. In that same year, David became a Florida LGBTA Democratic Caucus Regional Director, serving 6 counties, including Polk, Lake, Osceola, Orange, Seminole, and Volusia County, of which I'm proud to represent much of that area. David is now in his 5th term serving as the area's regional director. Currently, David Jones is focusing on securing all-inclusive human rights ordinances in municipalities within Polk County. Thus far, David has spoken before the commissions of 3 Polk County cities and has recruited a number of supporters to do the same in the quest to secure fundamental rights for all, and our office has helped in that effort. David is extremely grateful for the public support that has been given by the Florida House Representative Sam Killebrew and our office, Team Soto, towards securing all-inclusive human rights ordinances, securing the effort as being one of bipartisanship. And for that, David Arthur Jones, we honor you. In honor of Pride Month, I'd like to honor Anthony H. Sandonato. Anthony is a proud Orlando resident, human resources executive, LGBTQ community advocate, and a member of the Human Rights Campaign's National Board of Governors. Originally from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Anthony currently resides with his husband, Tracer Foster, in downtown Orlando, Florida. After completing his bachelor's degree in education from Edinburgh University of Pennsylvania, Anthony relocated to Fort Lauderdale, Florida in 1995 to pursue his career. It was there that he took on his first role in human resources with a Miami-based retailer. Anthony began volunteering to effect change for the LGBT community. He took on volunteer leadership roles with South Florida's Volunteer Committee for Human Rights Campaign, the nation's largest LGBTQ advocacy group and political lobbying organization in the United States. Anthony volunteered through HRC to protect Miami-Dade's hard-won human rights ordinance and to attempt to stop the passage of Florida's 2008 Amendment 2, which ultimately banned gay marriage and civil unions in the state until 2015. At the federal level, Anthony championed HRC's efforts in South Florida to achieve the passage of the Matthew Shepard Hate Crimes Act, the repeal of the Don't Ask, Don't Tell policy, and the decade-long effort to pass the Employment Non-Discrimination Act, otherwise known as ENDA. Anthony moved to Orlando in 2012. Shortly after relocating, he joined HRC's Orlando Central Florida Volunteer Committee and continued his LGBTQ advocacy as a political and community engagement leader. His focus in Central Florida has been to continue his efforts to influence policy by coordinating local Get Out the Vote campaigns and by working with community leaders and members of the House and Senate for repeal of the current administration's transgender military ban and the passage of the Equality Act, which I am proud, Madam Speaker, we passed out of this House earlier this year. And for that, Anthony H. Sandinato, we honor you. In honor of Pride Month, I would like to honor Nicole Parker. Nicole Parker is a transgender woman of Puerto Rican, Italian, and African American descent. She was born and raised in Orlando, Florida, and at the age of 19 left her job and her home to begin her transition. After 3 years of black market hormones and an unsafe lifestyle practices, she came back to Orlando to restart her life. Nicole's passion in advocating for the rights and dignity of transgender and gender nonconforming community is legendary in Central Florida. She currently works for the One Pulse Foundation as the Event and Community Outreach Coordinator. Nicole also sits on various nonprofit boards within the community, including the LGBT Center and the Orlando United Assistance Center. In addition to her work with the One Pulse Foundation, Nicole co-leads the work of the Orlando Trans Awareness Collective, a collaborative group of transgender and gender nonconforming leaders of color who focus on community building and advocacy efforts for the Central Florida transgender community. In 2018, Nicole was honored with Humanitarian of the Year award by the Miss Glamorous pageant for her ongoing advocacy and empowerment of transgender community and work with the One Pulse Foundation. She hopes to educate individuals from the community on healthy and safe ways to undergo transition, provide resources so black market hormones and unsafe lifestyles can be avoided. And for that, Nicole Parker, we honor you. In honor of Caribbean Heritage Month, I'd like to honor Daisel Berto. Daisel Berto is a Haitian-American immigrant who was a former kickboxer and founder of Tiger's World Martial Arts and Boxing Fitness Center, founded in Winter Haven, Florida, in Florida's 9th Congressional District. He competed in UFC. Berto was known as the man who helped so many people. He was recognized for his conception of a cardiovascular weight loss training program. Although Berto was injured in a horrendous car accident that left him in a wheelchair for over a year, he did not let the accident define or confine him. Therefore, Daisel Berto began creating ways to self-train in his wheelchair by including push-ups and the use of punching bags, which served as a catalyst for his cardio program. He then incorporated those techniques used in the workout. Berto's fitness program is credited with helping more than 1,200 people gain access to better health by shedding unwanted and unhealthy pounds, resulting in lowering blood pressure and cholesterol concerns over the past 20 years. He is considered a pioneer in helping people with their health and consequently their self-confidence. He was also a family man who helped many kids and tried to keep them out of trouble with his kids' program. Berto also mentored children and encouraged them to never sell themselves short by reiterating that any dream is possible and attainable with hard work and dedication. He's credited for teaching children to set larger-than-life expectations for themselves. He interacted, impacted, and inspired people from all aspects in life. Berto and his wife are the parents of 7 children, including Andre Berto, a 2-time former welterweight world champion, and Edson and Revelina, who are also professional mixed martial artists, and his son Cleveland, who is an actor. And for that, Daisel Berto, we honor you. In honor of Caribbean Heritage Month, I'd like to honor Casmore Shaw. Casmore Shaw moved to Osceola County in the mid-'80s from New York, where he worked as an associate dean for the International Studies and High School program, the director of admissions and student enrollment at the Technical Career Institute. Before that, he taught at Mona Preparatory School in Kingston, Jamaica. Casmore currently serves on the Osceola County Housing and Finance Authority Advisory Board, the Regional Board of Metro Plan Citizens Transportation Advisory Committee as well. He is also the state committeeman for the Osceola Democrats and the vice chair of the Osceola Democratic Executive Committee. Casmore is the state secretary for the Florida Democratic Party. He is also a member of the Osceola Education Foundation and the Caribbean and Floridian Association. Casmore is a founding member of the Kissimmee and Kissimmee South Poinciana Rotary Clubs. He served as past chairman of the Osceola Charter Review Commission, past chair of the Osceola Land Conservation Advisory Board, past chairman of the Board of Directors of the Osceola County Library System, past president and vice president of the Caribbean and Floridian Association, past chair of the Osceola County School District's Affirmative Action Advisory Board, and the Conflict Resolution Officer and Mediator of the 9th Judicial Circuit of Osceola County. Casmore holds a graduate degree in curriculum and instruction with a minor in reading intervention from Concordia University, degrees in elementary education and business administration with a concentration in supervision and management, and an advanced certificate in healthcare administration. He worked at Polk State College as a student service department and was director for My Brother's Keeper, a program for homeless and vulnerable students. He was also the co-advisor to the Pearl of a Nation Haitian Services Club. Casmore is married to Jennifer Mitchell, and they have 4 daughters, Tony Ann, Deirdre, Dion, and Janice. And for that, Mr. Casmore Shaw, we honor you. In honor of Caribbean Heritage Month, I'd like to honor Wayne Golding Sr., Esquire, who was born in Kingston, Jamaica. After his graduation from high school, he immigrated to New York with his mother and younger brother in 1981. He went on to graduate from Queens College, CUNY, with a BA in economics and worked in Wall Street. And in 1988, he moved his young family to Orlando, Florida. Wayne earned his Juris Doctorate of Law from Barry University School of Law. Even as an accomplished attorney practicing in the Florida State Courts and the United States Courts and Immigration Court, he has continued his work as a community leader and activist. In 2004, he established the litigation law firm, the Golding Law Group, PLC, based in Orlando, Florida. Mr. Golding has served as president of the Caribbean Bar Association Central Florida chapter. As an immigrant, he has made history when he was selected to serve as chairman of the Orange County School Board's Biracial Committee. Since August 2015, Mr. Golding has been selected to serve as the Jamaica Diaspora Advisory Board member of the Southern USA. In this role, he confidently advises the Minister of Foreign Affairs for the government of Jamaica on Jamaica diaspora issues. He has been laser-focused on methodically galvanizing the skills and talent of the members of the Caribbean community for strengthening the voice of the Caribbean communities in the spaces they reside. Notably, he continues to be involved with the planning and execution of the annual celebration of Caribbean American Heritage Month. Wayne credits his drive and commitment to his community to the lessons learned from his grandparents, the support of his wife of 30 years, Lois A. Golding, from their 2 children, Tessanie Golding and Wayne Golding, Jr., his mother, Minette Gale Brown, as well as a host of mentors and leaders on whose shoulders he stands. And for that, Mr. Wayne Golding, we honor you. In honor of Caribbean Heritage Month, I would like to honor John Perry. Mr. John Everton Perry was born in Kingston, Jamaica on August 1955. He migrated to New York in 1967 and attended junior high school at Mount Vernon's Washington Junior High, where he received the Certificate for Outstanding Writing presented by the actor, community activist, Mr. Ossie Davis. Mr. Perry went on to attend Mount Vernon High School, where he lettered in football as a quarterback and also in track. He was a voice for the student council, head school marshal. After high school, Mr. Perry enlisted in the United States Air Force, where he served honorably for 5 years. During this time, Mr. Perry found time to attend The Ohio State University, Park College, and Rawlings College. Mr. Perry's first passion is as a fishmonger. He has worked in the seafood industry since the age of 13, but along the way he has worked in corporate America, sales for Brax Candy, tile and gap filler specialist for the U.S. Space Shuttle program at KSC, and financial labor auditor with the Lockheed Martin Corporation. John now works as an independent insurance counselor with the employer's benefit area, a relocation specialist, and a legal shield director. For the last 4 years, Mr. Perry has been on WOTS 1220 AM in Kissimmee, Caribbean Rhythms Radio Saturday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. in the A Little Bit of Everything commentary show on the subject of the day. Mr. Perry is a devoted husband to Mrs. Cecile Laverne Perry for the last 43 years. They were blessed with 2 outstanding children, John Jr. and Janelle Yvette Perry, and also their 2 grandchildren, Michaela Perry and John Tay Perry. And for that, Mr. John Perry, we honor you. In honor of Caribbean Heritage Month, I'd like to honor Lewis Witter. Lewis Witter is a long-standing businessman in the hospitality industry in the Central Florida area since 1992. He attended Florida Technical College, where he gained his knowledge in business administration and management. He is a current member of Caribbean and Floridian Association, Inc., Restore the Path for Christ Church, and the Jamaican Diaspora Group Southeastern Division. Lewis Witter is an entrepreneur, a Caribbean restaurant owner, and producer and host of Caribbean Rhythms Radio Network, AM 1220 WOTS, a local Caribbean radio station in Kissimmee, Florida area. This radio station provides vital sources of business, social networking, events and community information, interviews, and a voice to the Central Florida Caribbean communities for the past 20 years. He has used the radio platform to provide internships to over 50 individuals who have successfully completed programs at the radio station and have moved on to pursue careers in the radio broadcasting industry. Lewis Witter is from the Caribbean island of Jamaica. He has lived in the United States for over 30 years. When he is not involved with business, he enjoys listening to cultural reggae music. He believes that reggae music speaks to all nations with a strong message in each song. Lewis Witter lives in Davenport, Florida, and can be heard online every Saturday at www.crrnetwork.com on his broadcast. And for that, Mr. Lewis Witter, we honor you. In honor of Caribbean Heritage Month, I would like to honor Shelley Briggs. Shelley Ann Briggs was born in London, England on July 5th in the late Joan Ann Grant. Joan had migrated to London from Georgetown, Guyana to complete her studies, and due to hardships, Shelley was sent to Georgetown, Guyana to live with her grandmother when she was a baby. Seeking better opportunities and a better life for her family, her grandmother migrated to the United States of America when Shelley was 4 years old, soon settling in Brooklyn, New York. As a child growing up, Shelley was raised under Guyanese traditions and customs, and even though she lived in Brooklyn, the neighborhood reflected the West Indian culture Shelley grew to admire. Shelley attended several private schools and graduated from Catherine McCauley High School. During this time, she also became a U.S. citizen through the help of her mother, who had joined the family in the U.S. when Shelley was 10 years old. After high school, Shelley made the decision to join the United States Army after attending college for 1 semester. Shelley then relocated to Florida to help take care of her mother, who had been diagnosed with cancer. While in Florida, her mother introduced her to the Caribbean and Floridian Association, and soon Shelley became a member. She has served CAFA in a variety of capacities over the last 20 years, and currently she is chairperson for the Service and Education Committee. She is currently employed as a dean at Gateway High School, located in Osceola County School District in Florida's 9th Congressional District. Shelley's life passion has always been children, and there has been a special place in her heart for the children whose parents left their home country and came to the United States in search of a better life for their families. Shelley is happily married to Dennis Briggs and is the proud mother to Jada, Gerard, Dennis Jr., and Deonce. And for that, Miss Shelley Briggs, we honor you. Madam Chair, I yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentleman yields. Gentleman is not recognized. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the Chair.